Love and Cherish, The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 32. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Chapter 1. Cherish woke to birds chirping and a shaft of sunlight coming through the bedroom window. She sat up and stretched, looking for her husband of 2 days. After finding no trace of Malachi, she threw on her prayer cup and left the room. When she got to the porch, she sat down and pushed her feet into her shoes. Then she stood up and headed off to find him. After walking around for a while, she spotted him pushing a wheelbarrow filled with horse feed in the field. She was about to join him, but some scratching noises from the barn distracted her. She pulled the door open slightly, just enough to look inside. A small woman with graying hair was bent over a table, focusing on the papers in front of her. Cherish could tell right away it was Aunt Dagmar. Cherish took a few steps forward, feeling anxious and out of sorts. How long had it been since she'd seen Aunt Dagmar? Cherish couldn't remember. Dagmar looked up at the sound of Cherish's footsteps and seemed startled at first. When she saw it was Cherish, she smiled, pulled her into a tight embrace, and hugged her. Cherish wrapped her arms around her aunt, who smelled like cinnamon and vanilla. Cherish was safe in the warm embrace of family. "Everyone thought you were dead. I've missed you so much. I've come to tell you something." Cherish stepped back to look at her aunt, but then a shaft of light coming in through the high barn window stung her eyes, causing Cherish to cover her face and close her eyes. When she opened her eyes, she was back in bed. A beam of sunlight shone on her face. She sat bolt upright, and both hands went to her chest. It had all been a dream. Aunt Dagmar wasn't there. It had seemed so real, but it hadn't been. She closed her eyes tightly and could still feel her beloved aunt close by. Cherish was sure she could detect Dagmar's familiar scent, vanilla and cinnamon. Could she sense her because she was now living on the farm that Aunt Dagmar had willed to her? Dagmar would have been so happy for her to be married to Malachi. How she wished Aunt Dagmar had met him. Still, Cherish was sure they would have gotten along. Cherish and Malachi had arrived at the farm the night after the wedding, having come from the orchard. Their whirlwind wedding had been beautiful. Mom and Ada had seen to that. After she got out of bed and put on her slippers, she walked to the window and looked out. In the distance, she saw Malachi. She was glad he hadn't woken her. It was so cold this morning. There were icicles on the window pane. Malachi strode over to the horses with their buckets of feed. Wally, his pet goose, followed, flapping his wings all the way. When Malachi noticed her at the window, he put his hand high in the air and waved. She smiled and waved back. Cherish's dog got off his bed and walked over to her, his tail wagging furiously. "Good morning, Caramel." Cherish leaned down and patted him. Then she quickly brushed her hair and changed into her day clothes. Lastly, after putting on her coat, she went outside. Malachi had just finished milking the cow as she approached. With his messy hair and rolled-up sleeves, he looked like the Malachi she had fallen in love with. Looking at his bare arms, she wondered why he didn't feel the cold as much as she did. Malachi was picking up the bucket of milk to take to the barn when Cherish asked him how long he'd been up. He jumped and nearly dropped the buckets at the sound of her voice. "Cherish, you scared me." Cherish covered her mouth and laughed along with him. "I'm sorry about that." "You could have slept longer. I've got this under control." He pulled her close, and she rested her head on his chest, breathing in his musky maleness. She could feel his heart beating against her cheek. "I'm so glad you're here with me," he muttered softly. "I'm glad I'm here with you, too." He did not say anything else. simply held her in his arms, like he was afraid that she might disappear if he let go of her. When they parted, Cherish said, "You should have woken me. We said we'd do everything together." Malachi shook his head. "It's getting pretty cold, and I didn't think—"
"Hey, we're in this together. We said we'd do all the chores and everything side by side."
"I know. I'm just used to doing everything myself ever since I started here." Cherish grinned, thinking about those early days when he came there as her farm manager. It had taken them years to get along.
"Now you don't have to do things alone. I'm here to help."
"Okay, if that's what you want."
Cherish laughed. "It is. We'll work together."
Cherish and Malachi walked to the barn, with Caramel and Wally following them. Cherish was relieved that Caramel wasn't bothered by Wally, and Wally didn't seem to notice Caramel either. When they reached the barn, Malachi poured the milk from the buckets into 2 giant jugs, which he would carry to the house after finishing their chores. "First, we need to feed the pigs. They'll start making noises that scare the other animals if they get hungry." Cherish looked into the pen at the piglets running around.
"They're so cute."
"Yeah," Malachi said, "but they'll get big soon, and they won't be so cute." A few of the piglets squealed and jumped on their mother, who was lying in the corner of the pen.
"I think they're playing," Cherish said.
"No, I think they're trying to get her to move," Malachi said. "Sometimes, if the ground isn't soft enough for them to dig, they'll try to push their mother out from under the fence."
"Why don't they just dig a hole?" Cherish asked.
"Don't know," Malachi said. "Maybe they just like to play rough." A couple of the piglets came over to the side of the pen where Malachi was feeding the rest of them. "They're kind of like puppies," he said. Cherish reached out and patted one of the piglets on the head, and it rubbed its snout against her hand.
"They're cute."
Malachi shrugged and continued to pour the food into the troughs.
"They're so adorable,"
Cherish smiled. "Aren't they?" Malachi chuckled. Cherish looked at him, smiling at the pigs. It was clear he had grown fond of the older pigs over the years. "Pigs make great pets, much like dogs," Malachi said.
"Or even geese," Cherish suggested.
Malachi laughed and then looked back at the piglets. "That big one there is Pete. Growing up, I went to school with a boy who was much bigger than everyone. He was Pete, and that's how I thought up the name." Malachi went on telling her the names of each piglet.
"Don't get too attached to them. We're not keeping them all,"
Cherish reminded him.
"We're not running a pig farm."
"I know. I've got people coming for the piglets soon. They're old enough to leave their mother now."
"Oh, people come here to buy them? I thought you took them somewhere, or we'd use them ourselves for food. That's what Aunt Dagmar would have done."
"No," he shook his head. "Next up, the horses. Grab a pile of hay and throw it in their pen."
"Hay as well? Didn't you already feed them? I saw you with buckets earlier. Or did I dream that part?"
"They need hay, too." Cherish passed by Malachi and picked up a large bundle of hay to carry to the field. Cherish was overjoyed. There was a smile on her face that would not go away. As Malachi took Cherish around the farm, she watched as he treated each one of the animals so kindly. She considered how good he would be as a father, and she hoped that one day soon they would hear little footsteps coming down the hallway of their house. Chapter 2. Wilma and Ada stood in the kitchen putting the final touches on the pie they'd just baked. The house was full of the warm, sweet scent of pastries. They didn't have much to do that day, so they'd decided to bake the pie as a treat for themselves. It was a blueberry pie, Ada's favorite. They had prepared whipped cream and fresh cherries to accompany it. Once the pie was out of the oven, they placed it on a rack to cool down and then looked at each other. "What should we do while we wait?" Wilma asked. Ada crossed her arms. We could sit and sew, yeah. We've been doing that a lot lately."
That's true. Why don't we go for a walk around the orchard? We never really do that together. That sounds like a great idea. I'll lead the way, Ada said as she brushed past Wilma. The warm winter sun looked like it would do an excellent job of warming the earth today. They waved as they passed Samuel, who was tending to the horses. Samuel nodded at them as they passed through the long rows of trees. We should do this more often. It's lovely out here. Ada held her hands behind her back as she looked around. Yeah, I've been enjoying my walks with Bliss. I don't know why I never walked through here more often over the years. Florence was on to something. She walked by herself every afternoon when she lived here. That was a long time ago. Wilma looked in the direction of Florence's house. Oh, dear. Wilma covered her mouth. Ada stopped walking. What? I just realized I've told everyone about Florence's baby news except Cherish. She won't be happy that she's the last to know. You know what she's like. Should we call her now? Ada asked. Good thinking. Wilma took a deep breath and exhaled as they walked to the barn. She looked around at the beautiful orchard and, at that moment, was at peace. She knew her daughters were happy and cared for, living their own lives. She was grateful to have Ada by her side to keep her company. When they came to the barn, Ada opened the door and walked inside after Wilma. Wilma picked up the receiver and dialed Cherish and Malachi's number. The phone rang a few times before Malachi answered. Hello? Good morning, Malachi. It's Wilma. How are you? Or you can call me Mom. We never really talked about that. Malachi gave an embarrassed chuckle. I'm used to Wilma, if that's okay with you. Fine, whatever suits. How are you? Wilma repeated. I'm fine, thanks. Is that Malachi? Tell him I'm here, too, Ada whispered. Ada is here with me. Tell her I said hello. Wilma covered the phone's mouthpiece and said to Ada, He says hello. I'm guessing you would like to speak with Cherish? Malachi asked. Is she around? She's inside. Wait one moment and I'll fetch her for you. And you're well? She asked Malachi once more. All is fine here. Cherish seems to be settling in, and I enjoy having her here. Well, we miss you both. Thanks, Wilma. One moment, I'll get Cherish. Thank you, Malachi. After a few minutes passed, Ada started to grow impatient. What's taking so long? She asked. Wilma frowned. I don't know. I'm not there. He said he'd get her. Where is she? In the next town? Ada rolled her eyes and looked out the window while they waited. Just then, Cherish came to the phone. Mom, how are you? Cherish, I'm good. What about you? When Ada heard Wilma talking again, she shuffled back over and leaned in close to Wilma so she could listen to what Cherish was saying. Tell her I'm here, too. Ada's here, and she says hello. Hi, Ada. I miss you both. We miss you, too. How is everything at the farm? Are you enjoying yourself? Ada said into the phone. Wilma shared the receiver between herself and Ada. It's great. I love it here, although I have felt a tiny bit homesick, and I miss having everyone around. It's so quiet here. It's only been a few days, Ada said. It'll take some time. Any change takes time. I'm so happy to be here, so it's all good. It's just that it's quiet, we know, Ada said, supplying Cherish's words. Wilma chuckled. It's quiet here, too. I never thought I'd miss those birds of yours or Caramel, but I miss you all. It's not the same without you here. Ada dug Wilma in the ribs. Be sure to tell her about Carter. Wilma frowned. Ada and I found some old receipts of Levi's. A lot of people owed him money. I wasn't going to do anything about it, but Carter insisted on helping out. At first, I felt bad, but Levi's children could use the money. So people have been coming to the orchard to pay off their debts. Oh, and tell her about your weekly meetings with Daphne Hinkle and Susan Main. See what she thinks about that.
Wilma narrowed her eyes at Ada and passed her the phone.
Do you want to talk to her yourself? Ada stepped back. Oh, no. You know I don't like to talk on the phone.
Wilma shook her head as she put the receiver back to her ear.
Daphne and Susan have been coming over weekly to sew and have tea with Ada and me. They're both widows, so they know what I'm going through. Really? I'm so glad you're keeping busy with your new friends. Me too, Wilma smiled. Are you going to tell her about Florence? Ada asked loudly. That's why you called her. What about Florence? Cherish asked. I have the best news ever. Florence is pregnant again. She's having another baby. Cherish covered her mouth in shock. What? Is she? She didn't mention anything to me. She hasn't called me. I suppose she thought I'd tell you. I've been keeping busy, and it slipped my mind. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. I'm so happy for her. And you'll have another grandchild. That's wonderful news. Yes, I'll have another grandchild in 6 months. I can't count how many I've got now. Me neither, Ada commented. I'll have to call her and congratulate her. Iris will be so excited to have a new brother or sister. Does she know what she's having yet? If she knows, she hasn't said a thing. And what kind of things have you been doing on the farm? Ada asked. Cherish looked down. She hadn't been doing much and didn't have much news to tell. All she could think about was Malachi still unable to open up to her about his family. All she wanted was for him to trust her. Truth be told, Cherish was feeling sad and more homesick than ever. Who had she married? What family had she married into? Had she made a mistake in marrying a man before she had met his family? So many questions remained unanswered. She didn't know what to tell Mom. Most days were spent pottering around, trying to think up things to do. She found it hard to believe that she'd spent so many years yearning to be at the farm, only to get what she wanted, and now wished to be back home with her family. She missed the nights sitting by the fire talking with Mom, Crystal, and Debbie. She missed little Jared and could go over and see Florence whenever she wanted. She thought Florence would have told her the good news herself. At that moment, she felt more disconnected and far away from her family than ever, making her want to cry. She took a deep breath and held back the tears that were aching to fall out of her eyes. Hello? Are you still there, Cherish? Mom asked. Yes, I'm just thinking. And how is Caramel getting along with Wally? Good. Wally has his limits with Caramel because he's too lively. He just wants to play all the time. He annoys Wally, but Caramel has quickly learned what he can and can't do. Well, I'm glad you're settling in well. You and Malachi seem very happy and content. We are. I will have to call Florence and tell her how excited I am for her and Carter. It seems like everything is working out for the best, and you've got lots of things to look forward to now, with the new baby coming and your new friends. Wilma smiled. It was the first time she'd felt happy since Levi had gone. You're right. God has a way of working things out for the best. Thanks for the call, Mom. Say goodbye to Ada from me, too. Goodbye, Cherish. We miss you, Ada said, before Wilma could say anything to her. Cherish chuckled. Goodbye, Ada. Bye, Cherish. Wilma hung up the phone's receiver and looked at Ada. What? Ada asked. You kept talking over me. Well, I'm sorry. You're grumpy today. You must be hungry. Pie always puts you in a good mood. It would have cooled down by now. Let's finish that walk, shall we? Wilma suggested. Then we'll enjoy the pie. If that's what you want. I'm too scared to disagree when you're in a mood. I'm not in a mood. Ada raised her eyebrows. If you say so. I'm not. I'm just trying to get used to my new life. Wilma breathed out heavily. Ada put her arm around Wilma. There have been so many changes. Nothing in life ever stays the same. Wilma wiped a tear from her eye. I'd like to go back in time. You're scared of the future? A little. Wilma was comforted by Ada. Ada knew her better than anyone. I'll always have you. Thank you for always being here. Of course, I'm not going anywhere. You still have half your girls living close, and then there's Bliss. Yes, I count her as a daughter. And you've got Debbie and Crystal keeping you company at the house. Wilma nodded. And Jared, too. Ugh, who could forget little Jared? Ada chuckled. I feel a bit better, Wilma said. Ada sniffed the air. I'll have Samuel muck out the stables. I don't know what he's doing. I think he's just talking to the horses instead of doing chores. Thank you, Ada. I'm sure the horses are grateful for his company now that Levi's not around. Ada guided Wilma out of the barn, and then they headed back to walk along the rows of apple trees. Chapter 3. Cherish ran out of the barn and told Malachi the exciting news about Florence and Carter expecting another child. That's wonderful. I guess you'll want to go back for the birth, will you? I never thought of that. Could I? If you want. We'll need Ruth to look after the farm again, or find someone else who'll do it. You'd come with me? Sure will. I couldn't be without you even for a day. Cherish couldn't keep the smile from her face. I'm worried about Ruth doing too much. There's plenty of time to find someone else to look after things while we're gone. We'll have to take Wally and Caramel, but I think we'll leave the birds. There must be someone who also wants to get away from their farm, and we can look after theirs while they're gone. Good idea. There's a young couple who have moved to the community. They might be just the people who'll do it for us. They don't live far from here. I can't wait to meet them. You'll see them at the next meeting. They are Zeke and Emma. I'll remember that. After feeding the animals, Cherish and Malachi returned to the house with Caramel and Wally. Cherish walked inside and entered the living room. She picked up her bird cage and placed it in the corner of the kitchen, just like they were positioned in her old family home. I wonder if Timmy remembers this house. Cherish looked around. That's right. Timmy used to live here. Malachi placed the milk jars in the gas-powered fridge. Cherish laughed. How could you forget that? I didn't. I just forgot at that moment that Timmy was your Aunt Dagmar's bird. Cherish's mind drifted to her dream. It had been nice, like she'd actually been visited by her aunt. I had a dream about Aunt Dagmar. She was in the barn. It was such a lifelike dream. I thought it was real for a moment until I woke up. Some dreams are like that. It might have been her saying hello and welcome to the house. Cherish smiled. Maybe. Wally and Caramel sat near the table and sniffed each other's noses. Seems they made friends on the long car ride home. Malachi sat down at the kitchen table. Seems so. Cherish opened the refrigerator and leaned over to inspect its contents. You relax. I'll make us breakfast. Cherish was surprised that the fridge was full of food. Is this food good to eat? Malachi picked up the Bible from the end of the table. Ruth left a note on the kitchen table. I found it last night. She said she filled the fridge for us before we got back so we could relax when we arrived. That's so lovely. I'll have to thank her. We won't have to buy food for a while with what Ruth has put here and what Mom packed for us.
Cherish grabbed eggs and bacon from the fridge and laid them on the counter before she started cooking. For years, she had imagined this moment, cooking breakfast for Malachi as his wife. "Malachi," she said. The corners of his mouth stretched upward as he looked up at her. "Yes?" "I love you," she told him. "I love you too."
Malachi, Malachi!
Timmy squawked. Cherish and Malachi looked over at Timmy, and then Tommy said,
Malachi!
Cherish left what she was doing and rushed over to the cage.
Malachi, did you hear that?
Malachi grinned. Was that Tommy?
Yes! Tommy's never said one word before in his life. It's amazing that he's saying your name.
Malachi chuckled. Not really. Ada and your mother told me you said my name a lot over the years. That's why he's saying it, I guess.
Maybe I have mentioned you more than I realized.
Cherish went back to scrambling the eggs.
I never thought I'd miss Ada. It was never really normal having her at the house every day. I know she's Mom's best friend, but they sometimes take it too far. Mom always looks at Ada before she makes a decision. Ada will either nod or shake her head and turn her mouth down.
Malachi smiled. Yeah, maybe it's odd. I guess it works for them, though.
I know, it does. It's good that Mom has Ada for company now that I'm far away.
Cherish hummed to herself as she scrambled eggs in one pan and fried bacon in another. She threw a piece of bacon to Caramel, who was begging at her feet. After she did that, Wally waddled over. She gave him a small bit, too. Once the cooking was done, she carried the 2 meals to the table. Looks delicious. Malachi closed his Bible and waited for Cherish to sit down before they bowed their heads to say a silent prayer of thanks. As Malachi took his first bite, he shut his eyes, focusing on the flavor. Wow! These eggs have the most delicious, buttery texture I've ever tasted. Cherish was pleased.
Mom packed them for us. They're probably from Ada's chickens. She knows we don't have chickens here because of
my fear of chickens. Oh, no. You didn't tell everyone that, did you? Cherish laughed.
I'm not sure. I might have.
As she ate, she noticed the walls looked different. They were brighter.
The place looks great. Did you paint the walls?
Malachi nodded. I wanted everything perfect for your arrival. Annie and Gus helped me.
Thank you. It looks great. That was kind of them to help.
They're excited about you moving here. Nearly as excited as I am. Malachi smiled as he placed a large pile of eggs in his mouth.
So, what will we do for the rest of the week?
Cherish cut into her food. We'll need to visit Ruth to thank her for looking after the place while I was gone. And then we'll need to see Uncle Zachariah.
We can do that tomorrow, can't we? Cherish asked. Let's just be by ourselves today.
Sure.
It's unbelievable that Ruth is so old, and she's still working on her farm, and she was able to look after ours as well.
I guess she's used to it.
How old do you think she is? Cherish asked.
Malachi shook his head. Dunno. Maybe nearly 80.
Really?
I'm just guessing. While eating their meal, Cherish brought up the subject Malachi had been avoiding.
Apart from your Uncle Zachariah, I haven't met any of your family yet. I've probably only met him because he's the bishop. When will I meet the rest of your family?
Malachi coughed as he almost choked on his food. Cherish stared at him.
Are you okay?
Malachi wiped his mouth with his napkin before clearing his throat. Sorry, the food went down the wrong way. He picked up his glass and took a long drink of water. Cherish waited for Malachi to answer her question, but after he put the glass down, he kept eating like she hadn't said anything. Was he trying to avoid talking about his family? Why hadn't his family come to the wedding? Cherish was frustrated. They were married now, and he was supposed to trust her completely. However, she understood that it might be a sensitive subject, and she hoped that he would eventually feel comfortable enough to confide in her. Malachi spoke abruptly, snapping Cherish out of her thoughts. "Come, I'll show you what I've done around the house." Cherish wiped her mouth with a napkin before taking Malachi's hand. Malachi led her through the hallway and into the living room, showing her the freshly painted rooms and the repairs he had done. Cherish was impressed. The house looked brand new. Everything was so clean, too. After Malachi showed her the repairs on the ceiling of one of the bedrooms, he grabbed a blanket that was draped over the couch. "Get your coat. I'm taking you on an adventure."
Okay, I love adventures.
As they walked toward the barn, Cherish turned back toward the house.
Should I clean up the kitchen first?
Malachi waved his hand in the air and kept walking. "It can wait." They walked around their farm, talking for what seemed like hours. Now it was midday. The farm was beautiful, but Cherish knew that some apple trees would make it even better. It would certainly make it feel more like home. There were so many different spots that would be perfect for apple trees. When they came to the meadow, Malachi laid the blanket on the ground, and they both sat on it. "This is one of my favorite parts of the farm. It's better when it's surrounded by wildflowers in the springtime. Before that, though, everything will be covered in a blanket of snow." Cherish turned to look at him, and he kissed her. She felt that familiar, warm sensation, and her heart began to pound. She was about to kiss him back when he stopped. Cherish was confused, but Malachi let out a big sigh. "I hope I can be a good husband to you."
What do you mean?
Malachi took a deep breath and then let it out slowly. "It's just something I worry about. I'd hate to disappoint you in any way." Chapter 4. Cherish looked at her new husband with wide eyes. She didn't want him to feel inadequate.
You could never disappoint me. Don't worry about that.
Malachi touched her face, and she closed her eyes, savoring the moment. He kissed her forehead and held her tightly in his arms.
I love this place, too.
Malachi looked around. It's like a small forest, alive with life.
Look at the ducks.
Cherish spotted 2 ducks waddling toward the stream that ran through one end of her farm. As they sat together in silence, Caramel sat down too, and then Wally settled himself beside him. Cherish and Malachi laughed. "They do like each other." Malachi rubbed Wally's neck.
I'm glad,
Cherish said.
I took Caramel to the park a few times, and it seemed to help him get used to geese. Either that, or he's getting too old to run at things.
Malachi agreed. Getting old might have helped. When it got too cold to sit, they returned to the house where they spent time together. Cherish unpacked the remainder of her things while Malachi sat, looking on. It wasn't long before Cherish saw she needed more room for her clothes.
What are those boxes? Do they need to be in the cupboard?
Those are your Aunt Dagmar's things.
Oh, really? You've never moved them?
Cherish asked. No, there was never any need. I didn't know what to do with them. There's just a bunch of books and things.
Can you get them down for me?
Sure. Malachi pulled the heavy boxes down and placed them on the bed. Cherish glanced in the boxes and saw what looked like a whole lot of trash. She decided to go through it later. For now, she finished placing her clothes where the boxes had been. "Where do you want me to put the boxes?" Malachi asked.
Just put them on the kitchen table for now. I should go through it all before I throw anything out.
That's why I never tossed them out. I was leaving it for you. Malachi put one box on top of the other and took them out of the room. Once Cherish was fully unpacked, it was late and they'd missed lunch. They decided to have an early evening meal to make up for it. Malachi suggested he finish off the outside chores while she stayed inside. Beef pot pie was Cherish's specialty, so she decided to prepare one for her husband that evening. She pulled the ingredients out of the fridge and got to work. Caramel was at her feet the entire time, eagerly catching every piece of food she dropped. Cherish looked out the window again, and at that exact moment, Malachi looked over, and they caught each other's eye. Wally flapped his wings and nearly bowled Malachi over. Malachi laughed and ran further down the yard as Wally chased after him. Once Cherish set the table with plates and cutlery, she called for Malachi to come inside for dinner. He cleaned himself up and sat down and looked at the meal. "This looks terrific." "I hope it tastes that way." After they said a silent prayer of thanks, Cherish watched for Malachi's reaction as he took his first bite. "This is impressive. You're an amazing cook." Cherish beamed at the compliment. She could never get enough of those.
"It's made with love, because I made it for you."
They ate in silence, enjoying each other's company. Cherish's heart was whole, but deep down, she worried that everything was too perfect. Chapter 5. The first thing Wilma did when she woke up on cold winter mornings was place more logs on the fire. This morning, she noticed only one more log in the basket. She had meant to ask Samuel to chop more wood yesterday, but she'd forgotten. Later, over breakfast, she didn't mention the need for more wood to Crystal and Debbie because she didn't want to hold them up. After they left for work, Wilma went outside, determined to chop her own wood. She didn't like asking other people to do everything. Jared, Debbie's child, walked after her.
"Where are we going, Aunt Wilma?"
"I'm chopping the wood. You can watch."
"I'll do it."
"Nay, Jared, you're just a child. Sit over there and you can watch me."
"I'm a man. I can do anything."
Wilma chuckled. "You're not a man yet, you're not. You will be one day. I'll gladly let you chop the wood when that day comes."
"Unfair. I'm not allowed to do anything around here."
He folded his arms across his chest and pouted. "I'll find some chores for you to do after this." Jared sat down a distance away. Wilma had just swung the axe over her shoulder when Jared called out,
"It's a car!"
Wilma turned to see Florence's car in the driveway. Florence got out of the car and walked over to them. "What are you doing, Wilma?"
"She's chopping the wood, and she won't let me do it,"
Jared yelled. "No, Wilma. I mean, Mom." Florence shook her head. "Carter will do it. I'll call him. I don't want to bother anyone. I'll be able to do it. I need a bit more practice." "No, put the axe down." Florence tapped the numbers on her cell phone and waited for Carter to answer, but the call ended. "I'll send him here later. I'd do it, but—" Florence put her hand over her stomach. "Give it here. I'm sure pregnant women have chopped wood before and didn't come to any harm." "No!" Wilma held the axe away, and Florence stepped forward to take it. They were so busy arguing that they didn't notice a buggy had driven up behind Florence's car. "Wilma, if you need wood chopping done, then I'm your man." Wilma and Florence turned around to see Eli Rodmacher. Immediately, Wilma was embarrassed to be seen arguing with her stepdaughter.
"Hello, Mr. Rodmacher,"
Jared said.
"Hello again, Jared. Are you helping your aunt again?"
"She won't let me."
"Hello," Florence said.
"Florence, I often see you when I drive past your big house."
"Wilma would be delighted if you could chop some wood." "No, Eli, you don't need to do that." Wilma shook her head. He chuckled.
"I'd love to. It would make me feel useful."
"Thank you." Florence took the axe out of her stepmother's hand and gave it to Eli. "We'll make you a hot drink for when you finish."
"That would be delightful."
Florence looped her arm through Wilma's and led her into the house. "Come on, Jared."
Nah, I want to stay with Mr. Rodmacher.
Jared can stay here with me. I'll show him how it's done.
That'll be fine. Wilma saw a big smile on Jared's face. Wilma walked toward the house with Florence and whispered, "He loves male company. He doesn't get enough of it." Once they were inside, Wilma rushed to the kitchen window and looked out.
"Why did you do that, Florence? He's way too old to chop wood. What if he has a heart attack?"
Florence stood beside her and looked at Eli swinging the axe over his shoulder. He brought it down hard and split the wood in two. He doesn't seem to have a problem. Wilma huffed and turned away from the window. "What's the matter now?" Florence asked.
"I don't like people doing things for me. Family is okay. People do things for family. But Eli is not family."
"Perhaps he'd like to be family one day." Wilma rolled her eyes.
"Don't you start. I've had enough of that kind of talk from Ada."
"We're only teasing you."
"It's not funny. Levi has only just died. It's disrespectful to think I can replace him as though he never meant anything."
"No one sees it like that. We're just having a bit of fun." Wilma's eyes glistened with tears as she turned to face her stepdaughter.
"You don't understand. Levi wasn't just anyone. He was special to me."
"I know that. He became so close to the girls, like he was a real father to them. But you've got to start living your life again and readjusting to things." Wilma didn't say a word. She knew there was no point arguing, but she didn't want to hear any of this. She didn't want to think about the future, or even the present. She just wanted to stay in the past for a while longer. Wilma wanted the world to stop for a day or two, to give her time to catch up. But no, the world kept going, and it seemed wrong. "Wilma, are you crying?"
"No."
Florence put her arm around her, and Wilma sniffed.
"You never call me Mom anymore. No wonder Iris isn't very close with me. She probably doesn't know that I raised you. I was a mother to you. I was the best mother I could be. I thought of you as my own."
Florence knew that Wilma had done the best she could. "Iris knows you raised me. She always asks me questions about when I was a girl."
She's a clever girl. We haven't spent enough time together. I hope that will change with the new baby."
"It will, Mom. I'll get used to calling you Mom again." Wilma managed a smile.
"That's better. I'd like it if you'd always call me Mom. It makes me feel closer to you."
"I will." They continued listening to the wood being chopped. "We better make that hot drink for Levi. Eli." Wilma shook her head.
"Did you say that on purpose?"
"No, I didn't." Florence smiled. "You sit. I'll put the tea kettle on." Half an hour later, Eli sat with them at the kitchen table.
"No Ada today?"
"She'll be here later, I'm sure," Florence said. "Mom and Ada are very close."
"I noticed that."
"What would you like to drink, Eli?" Florence asked.
"Coffee, please. Black, with no sugar." He chuckled. "I'm sweet enough. That's why I don't need sugar. That's what my Franny always told me."
Wilma smiled at him.
"It was kind of you to chop the wood."
"It's such a little thing for me to do. Please let me know if you have bigger jobs that need doing."
"I don't right now."
"Before I go, you'll have to tell me where you want the wood."
"I'll help carry the wood,"
Jared said. "Don't worry about," Florence interrupted her stepmother, telling Eli, "some can come inside, and then the rest in the woodshed."
"Okay."
Eli turned to Wilma.
"You must let people do things for you."
"I do, but—" "She does, but not enough. We have to guess what she wants," Florence said. He shook his head and looked back at Wilma.
You'll have to speak up, Wilma.
I'll speak up, Jared said. I'll have hot chocolate.
Wilma frowned at him and put her finger to her lips, telling him to be quiet. Then she pointed at the children's table in the corner. I'll get you a drink in a minute.
I do speak up, Eli. Don't listen to Florence. Ada and Samuel are here most days, and Samuel is always doing things around the place.
That's good. I guess Samuel missed seeing that the wood needed chopping.
Florence smiled to herself as she turned around to make the coffee. Eli seemed like he'd be a good friend for Wilma. A person could never have too many friends. Chapter 6. Cherish woke up and reached over to Malachi's side of the bed. It was empty again. Cherish found it sweet that he let her sleep in, but she hadn't wanted to do so. She'd always pictured they'd do the farm work together, even the early morning chores. She dragged the warm quilt over her shoulders and moved to the window. She looked out to see Malachi with one of the cows. It seemed he'd just finished milking, and now he was walking toward the barn. She looked over at Caramel's bed in the corner of the room and was surprised that he wasn't there either. On looking out the window again, she saw Caramel with Malachi. Cherish quickly dressed and then headed outside to help. When Cherish reached the barn, Malachi was leaning over the pig's fence, patting the piglets as they ate. Cherish stood behind him and listened as he hummed a melody. She'd never heard him hum before. "Good morning," Cherish said. Startled, Malachi jumped and almost fell backward. Cherish covered her mouth and tried to hide her laughter. "I'm sorry. I don't think you're used to me being here yet." Malachi smiled as he turned around to face her.
I don't think I am either.
Cherish moved close to him, took his arm, and draped it around her shoulder.
"I'm so happy to be here with you."
"I'm so happy you're here, too." Cherish closed her eyes as their lips met. Suddenly, Wally started making loud honking noises and flapping his wings. Cherish pulled away from Malachi and laughed.
"Wally is jealous of me."
Cherish moved back until Wally relaxed. Cherish and Malachi looked at each other and laughed.
"He's never done that before."
"He'll have to get used to me being here."
"He will."
After they finished feeding the animals, Cherish cooked breakfast while Malachi read chapters of his Bible. How could she tell him she'd like to read the Bible with him? Cherish had always thought that's what married couples did. She'd have to find a way to suggest that without sounding dominating or controlling. Today, she was cooking him a breakfast casserole with bacon, Swiss cheese, cheddar cheese, and eggs. Cherish looked over at Wally and Caramel sitting together on Wally's bed. She didn't expect them to warm to each other so quickly. It had only been a couple of days. When she had finished cooking, Cherish placed it in the center of the table, then set 2 plates down. They closed their eyes and said a prayer of thanks for the food. Malachi breathed in the casserole's steam as he grabbed a large spoonful and placed it onto his plate. He looked up at Cherish and smiled.
"I'm sure I'll be putting on some weight now that you're here."
He took a mouthful.
"This is delicious."
Malachi scooped another spoonful of casserole onto his plate. After Malachi and Cherish finished breakfast, they hitched the buggy and headed to Bishop Zachariah's house. Cherish hoped the bishop would tell her more about his and Malachi's family. When they arrived at the bishop's house, Malachi knocked on the door. When the door opened, Bishop Zachariah stood in front of them, smiling from ear to ear. He was tall, and his graying beard almost reached his chest. He and Malachi looked nothing alike, even though the bishop and Malachi's father were brothers. Bishop Zachariah shook Malachi's hand and welcomed them inside the house. They followed him into the kitchen, where his wife Leonie was already preparing tea and refreshments. The bishop's house was 2-story and quaint. It looked like it had been added on to a couple of times to house their large family. It reminded Cherish of the homes back in her community. The kitchen was small, but had a large window overlooking the backyard, making it seem more significant. Cherish looked outside and saw a group of children flying a kite and running around. Cherish and Malachi sat down at the table as Leonie poured them cups of hot tea. "It's so nice to see you again, Cherish. I'm sorry we couldn't make it to your wedding," Leonie said. "It's no problem. It was such short notice. We didn't have months to prepare. Lovely to see you both." Cherish smiled as she blew on the tea that she was cradling with both hands. Leonie placed a tray of sandwiches in front of them and then walked outside to watch the children. Bishop Zachariah sat across from them both.
Cherish, welcome to the community. I understand that you've been waiting for this moment for a long time.
Cherish nodded.
"I'm glad to be here permanently. I also look forward to meeting the rest of Malachi's family."
The bishop looked at Malachi, then nodded at Cherish.
"All in good time."
As soon as he said those words, Cherish knew something funny was going on. What was wrong with Malachi's family?
"You know," Malachi said, "Uncle Zachariah has 12 children."
Cherish nodded.
"I know that."
Bishop Zachariah said,
"That's right. They're all between 2 and 22 years old."
Cherish smiled and said,
"I hope we will be blessed with a large family."
"I shall keep you in my prayers."
Bishop Zachariah blew on his tea.
"Thank you."
Cherish smiled at him.
"A lot has happened over this past year," the bishop stated. "Someone gave up some land, and he wants it divided into smaller farms and sold to the people willing to move to our community. In exchange, the cost is meager. There are 6 farms to be sold. 3 have already been spoken for. A young couple has even moved in. They were first in, first served, and got the land with the old homestead on it."
Cherish paused for a moment. Immediately, she thought of favor. It could be the perfect answer for her and Simon to escape from his suffocating parents, with whom they now lived.
"That's wonderful. What a generous thing to do. Who was this person who gave up their land? Do I know them? Are they in the community?"
"They are, and yes, I agree, it is very generous."
The bishop nodded and then looked away. When the bishop didn't say who the person was, Cherish didn't want to pry. Maybe the person didn't want to be named. Cherish turned to Malachi.
"I'm thinking of Favor and Simon. This would be perfect for them."
She turned back to the bishop.
"My sister has recently married, and they need a fresh start because they are still living with his parents. They want to be on their own. So, are there any houses on the land?"
"No," the bishop replied. "There was one, but that's been sold, as I mentioned. But there is a town 200 miles away selling some old houses. These houses can be transported by truck and placed on the land."
Cherish was intrigued. "It seems strange that the town is selling old houses." The bishop explained.
"They extended their shopping district, and the developer bought up the surrounding land, and a portion of it had old houses. Instead of demolishing them, they're selling them, but they need them gone fast."
"How many houses are available?" Malachi asked.
"There are 5. Some people might like to build their own house."
"What a lovely idea."
Cherish smiled politely at the bishop before taking another sip of tea.
"Oh, before I forget, Malachi," the bishop said, "because the community members live a great distance from one another and the town is the central point, we will be building a small meeting house opposite the general store. It'll be easier for everyone."
"Sounds good. I know a couple of other communities that do that," Malachi replied.
"There will be times when we will ask you to help with building work."
"Of course. I'll only be too happy to help. Just tell me when you want me there."
"We're doing it soon. We're already working on the foundations. The building will also serve as the new schoolhouse."
"Sounds wonderful,"
Cherish said. Her worries about being isolated were dissipating. When she had children, the school wouldn't be too far away, and Favor might live close as well. Malachi picked up his tea and gulped it down.
"We must make a move if we are to visit Ruth today, Cherish."
"Of course." The bishop stood to his feet.
"Lovely to see you, and welcome again, Cherish."
Cherish shook the bishop's hand before he walked them to the front door. After Malachi and Cherish said goodbye to Leonie and waved to the children, they got into the buggy and drove to Ruth's house. Chapter 7. Cherish was excited by the land news. She wouldn't ever feel homesick if Favor lived close by.
Wouldn't that land be perfect for Favor and Simon? Cherish asked Malachi. They could get away from Simon's parents and live near us.
Malachi nodded.
I think it'd be great for them.
As soon as we get home, I'll call her and tell her about it.
Cherish looked out the window as they passed through the town. When they got to Ruth's, they parked close to her house. Malachi looked around.
I don't think she's home. Her car's not in the garage.
Suddenly, Cherish saw a person out of the corner of her eye. She turned to look, but no one was there.
I think I just saw someone over there.
Malachi frowned.
Let's go see.
When they reached the barn, Malachi opened the door and looked inside, while Cherish waited at the door.
It's all clear. Are you sure you saw someone?
Cherish shrugged her shoulders.
I could have been seeing things.
We'll come back tomorrow.
Malachi took Cherish's hand, and they walked back to the buggy together. When they got home, Cherish ran to the barn to call Favor. After 2 unanswered calls, she gave up and decided to call later. Malachi sat down in the living room for a quick break before starting the afternoon chores. Cherish walked into the kitchen and put the kettle on to boil. As she prepared them a cup of coffee, she thought again about Malachi's family. She didn't want to push him, but she felt that, as his wife, she deserved an explanation. He had known her family members for years, but she had only met his uncle, the bishop. He was lovely, which was a good sign, and if Malachi had been disowned by his family, the bishop would not act so friendly or respectful toward him. What could be wrong with Malachi's family? Or was it Malachi who was the problem? Was Aunt Dagmar coming to her in a dream to tell her something about Malachi? Was the dream some kind of prophetic dream? When the water boiled, she poured the boiling water into each cup, gave it a minute to cool, and then went to the living room. She placed the tray on the coffee table in front of Malachi, then sat next to him on the couch.
Thank you.
He picked up his coffee and took a sip.
You're welcome.
Cherish bit her fingernails.
By the way, I wanted to ask about your parents. When will I meet them? And what are your siblings like?
Suddenly, Malachi jumped to his feet and walked towards the back door.
I forgot. I've got work to do in the barn. It can't wait.
But you've hardly touched your coffee,
Cherish called out behind him. It was too late. Malachi was already out the back door. Cherish was annoyed. She didn't want to argue with him, but it was clear now that he was avoiding all questions about his family. She crossed her arms in front of her as she sat with her thoughts. Cherish was getting desperate. She had asked Malachi repeatedly about his family, but he constantly changed the subject. He was hiding something. Then she had an idea. If he wasn't going to tell her, she'd go through his room and see if she could find letters or something from a relative. She bit her lip, knowing she shouldn't do it. But before she could stop herself, she was already halfway there. She opened the wardrobe and pulled out everything. She even went through his folded clothes. Then she looked under the bed and went through 2 boxes she found there. After that, she went through all the drawers in the dresser. Opening the last drawer, she heard a noise behind her. It was the bedroom door creaking open. She swung around and saw Malachi standing there, staring at her. She was so surprised, she slammed the drawer shut, but it was too late. He'd seen her going through his belongings. Cherish was so ashamed of herself that she dropped to her knees and cried, her face buried in her hands.
I'm sorry, she sobbed. I'm so sorry for snooping. I just wanted to know some things.
You were snooping? What for?
Malachi took hold of her hands, lifted her up, and sat her on the bed beside him. He stroked her hair as she cried. She was shaking, and her body felt hot to him.
I just want us to be happy.
I'm not sad, he said. I'm happy. He kissed the top of her head. I'm very happy. So, why were you going through my stuff? What are you looking for?
Then why don't you tell me?
She said in a pleading tone, still crying.
Why don't you tell me who your family is? Why do you have to keep everything a secret?
He inhaled deeply. My family is not a secret. I just don't want to talk about them.
But why?
He swallowed hard and looked away. I will tell you about them soon.
Will I ever meet them?
He nodded. Eventually, I guess. She wasn't happy with his answer. Eventually could mean a week away, or it could mean a year. But she was even less happy with what she'd been doing when he walked into the room.
I'm so sorry. You must think I'm a dreadful person.
Of course I don't. I know you. I can tell you're frustrated with me, but we must compromise on things. You have to let me do things in my own time. That's the compromise. Cherish nodded.
I'll try, but I'm not a patient person. Do you forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive. You had your reasons. Let's just forget it. Cherish sniffed. Even though he was taking it well, she felt horrible. It wasn't a good start to their marriage, but neither was it for him to be so guarded about his family. Chapter 8. Early on Friday morning, Ada and Wilma stood together in the kitchen, baking fresh pastries for their get-together with Susan and Daphne. Wilma worked on the caramel tarts, and Ada baked her special chocolate chip cookies. As Ada took her cookies out of the oven and placed them on the wire rack to cool, she looked at Wilma.
I get upset whenever I bake these now.
Because of Cherish?
Yeah. Good luck to anyone else who wanted one when she was around.
Wilma giggled.
It's a mystery how she stayed so thin. Good genes, Wilma. Good genes.
Wilma raised an eyebrow. She shook her head as she shrugged off the comment and continued to pour the caramel into the freshly baked pastry cups that had cooled down.
You know, Wilma, you seem to be doing fine since Levi and Cherish left us. You were upset the other day, but you've turned in a full circle. It must be all your new friends and Eli's visits.
Wilma frowned. Every day was a struggle. She might have had new friends, but they could never replace Levi or Cherish. Wilma sighed. She was certain Ada was insecure and wanted to be reassured, but Wilma didn't have the energy to give her right now.
Yeah, I feel very blessed indeed. You won't forget Samuel and me, will you?
Wilma placed the bowl of caramel down and turned to face Ada. You are my oldest and dearest friend. Like Cherish and Levi, no one in the world could ever replace the two of you. Ada smiled.
Dinka, Wilma. I hate to admit that I needed to hear that.
Wilma patted her on the back. Don't worry, Ada. You never have to worry about losing me.
I hope not.
Later that morning, when Daphne and Susan arrived, the women sat around the living room enjoying hot tea and refreshments. Daphne had brought a carrot cake, and Susan brought an apple strudel pie. How is Cherish doing, Wilma? Daphne asked. Wilma put down her sewing and took a sip of her tea. She's good. She wanted to move to the farm for a long time, so I'm glad she's enjoying it there. That's nice. I've been waiting for her to contact me about Malachi's family tree for the records. She still hasn't given me the details.
That's strange, Ada said.
Wilma shrugged. She's just moved away. I'm sure she's still settling in. It's probably the last thing on her mind.
Yes, I agree, Susan said. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to give my opinion where it wasn't asked.
Susan pushed her glasses further up on her nose. No, it's fine. You're more than welcome to join in on the conversation, Wilma said.
Dinka, Wilma, I'm not used to having company. I'm still getting used to how to act.
Ada patted her on the knee.
You're doing just fine, sweetie.
Wilma chuckled to herself. She'd never heard Ada call anyone sweetie before. Wilma guessed that Ada wasn't pleased about having the other women there, but was trying her hardest to be nice for Wilma's sake.
I'm sorry. Oh, I mean, thank you, Ada.
Susan placed her sewing down and picked up her cup of tea. In other news, Wilma started, I recently found out that I'm going to be a grandmother again.
Oh, what wonderful news!
Susan exclaimed. Daphne nodded excitedly. That's wonderful, Wilma. How I wish I had grandchildren of my own.
Me too.
Susan placed her tea down and looked at her hands.
I'm sorry I never had children. I was left on the shelf while my childbearing years passed me by. Now I have no one to look after me in my old age.
Wilma's heart sank. She felt so sorry for Daphne and Susan. Don't worry. We will all take care of each other now. Susan smiled and wiped a tear from her cheek.
I'm sorry. Susan, you don't need to say sorry all the time,
Ada said abruptly. You're a very thoughtful woman, Wilma said quickly, hoping Susan wouldn't be more upset by Ada's harsh comment.
Dinka, I'm so grateful to have you all. I had nothing to look forward to before we started our weekly get-togethers.
Me neither, Daphne said. It's true. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who could that be? Wilma asked.
I think I've got an idea of who it might be, Ada said as she rolled her eyes.
Wilma shook her head and got out of her chair to answer the door. When she opened it, she was surprised and a little embarrassed to see Eli standing at her front door. This would cement everything Ada had been saying about him. Did he like her more than she realized? Eli smiled at Wilma, then looked over her shoulder at the women sitting around the living room.
"Ah, I'm sorry to bother you. I didn't realize you had guests."
No, it's fine, Eli. Please come in. Eli shook his head and backed away from the door.
No, I won't intrude. I just stopped by to see how you were holding up.
Don't be shy, Eli. We won't bite,
Ada said, amused with herself. Wilma turned around and narrowed her eyes at Ada before turning back to face Eli. Are you sure you won't stay for some tea?
I'll come back at a different time.
Okay. Thanks for checking on us. After Eli left, Wilma sat down next to Ada, who was looking at her. Don't say a word, Wilma grunted. Ada held her hands in the air. My lips are sealed. What is it? Daphne asked.
You don't think he's interested in Wilma, do you, Ada? Susan asked. Oh, I'm sorry. Should I have said that?
Ada shook her head and gave Wilma a look.
Surely he wouldn't be. He's always talking about Franny. Franny this and Franny that. Franny. Oh, sorry. That sounded horrible.
Susan placed a cookie on her plate and hung her head.
Yes, but she passed away long ago, Ada pointed out. He's looking for a wife. I know it.
Daphne tapped her chin. It's only been a year since Franny went home to God, Ada. Let's change the subject, shall we? Wilma knew her face must have been bright red from the heat in her cheeks.
Oh, yes. We should talk about something else. I'm certain it's much too soon after Levi's passing for you to think of things like that. Sorry, Wilma, Susan said.
You're right, Susan. It is too soon, indeed. Wilma was glad someone understood.
You're sorry a lot, Susan, Ada commented.
I know. I'm sorry.
Susan clapped her hand over her mouth. When they all laughed, Wilma was glad the attention was off her. Chapter 9. The following day after breakfast, Cherish stood in the barn, dialing her sister's number. She tried to call Favor a couple of times yesterday, but there had been no answer. She couldn't wait to tell Favor about the land for sale and to talk about Florence's good news. The phone rang a few times before Harriet, Favor's mother-in-law, answered.
Hello? Good morning, Harriet. It's Cherish. How are you?
Cherish! Harriet exclaimed. What a lovely surprise! I'm so glad to hear from you, especially so soon after your wedding. May I say what a beautiful wedding it was?
Thank you, Harriet. Malachi and I enjoyed it.
How are you and your new husband? And how are you settling in at the farm?
So far, so good. I love it here.
And I'm sure you're enjoying your alone time, just having it be yourself and Malachi there. I don't know why Favor thinks it's a good idea to take Simon away from us to visit you. Did you know about that? She said you invited them to live with you and Malachi. I'm sure you wouldn't have said that. That would be dreadful for many reasons. Wouldn't you agree? Cherish didn't know what to say. She felt for Favor staying with Harriet. It can't have been easy. When Cherish didn't say anything, Harriet kept talking. Simon would never leave us anyway. Leave us here alone in our old age? I don't think so.
I'm sorry, Harriet. I don't have long to talk. Is Favor there?
Oh, my. Where are my manners? Listen to me, babbling on. I'll fetch her for you. One moment. Cherish took a deep breath. It was hard enough to talk with Harriet on the phone, never mind seeing her every day. Cherish waited a while before Favor came to the phone.
Cherish, it's so good to hear from you. Favor, I've got some good news. What is it?
She told Favor the news about the land and the houses.
I think it'd be perfect for you and Simon. What are the houses like?
Does it matter? Cherish shook her head. Did her sister always have to be so picky?
I'm sure it's more affordable than anything you'll come by, and it'll be a chance for you and Simon to be close to Malachi and me. Oh, Cherish, it sounds perfect. I'll tell Simon about it, and hopefully we can come and see it. We'll find some money somehow. Is it close to you? Very close, like a 10-minute buggy ride away.
Favor smiled as she leaned against the barn.
I hope Simon agrees. Me too. How is everything there?
Favor sighed loudly.
Same old thing going on. Nothing's changed. What about the house his parents were building for you? Who knows? I don't think it will ever happen, and it's still too close to them anyway.
The best thing was for Favor and Simon to move away so they could live in peace.
How is married life, Cherish? Tell me everything.
Cherish laughed.
It's great. I love it. Although I miss everyone. You'll be okay. Give it a few months. You have a whole new life to adjust to. Yeah, you're right. I'd better go. Call me back and tell me what Simon thinks about the land. I will. I'm so excited. Thanks for calling, and don't leave it too long before you call me again. You have to call me next. Miss you. I miss you too, Cherish.
Cherish hung up the phone's receiver and left the barn. As she walked back to the house, she searched around for Caramel. She wasn't used to him not following her everywhere. Suddenly, she saw Malachi in the distance with the cows. He was stroking one of them. She heard a voice calling out as she made her way over to them. Cherish turned to see Ruth standing at the back door of her house, waving at them. Cherish waved back, then started walking towards her. When she reached Ruth, Ruth held out a wrapped box in front of her.
Cherish, dear, it's so lovely to see you. You too, Ruth. Malachi and I went to visit you yesterday, but you weren't home. We went there to thank you for looking after the place while Malachi and I got married. Please, come inside.
Cherish took the box from Ruth and then led her through the back door and into the kitchen.
Have a seat. I'll put the kettle on.
Cherish placed the box on the table, walked to the sink, then filled the kettle with water. "I made you and Malachi a special wedding cake," Ruth said as she sat down. "That's what's in the box."
Really? You didn't have to do that. Thank you, Ruth.
"It's my pleasure. It's a pumpkin cake. It's a special recipe. It's not a traditional wedding cake, but I figure you're an untraditional kind of woman."
Maybe.
Cherish wondered what a pumpkin cake would taste like. Ruth wasn't known for her cooking skills. Malachi opened the back door and came inside. He took his hat off and nodded at Ruth. "Good to see you, Ruth. Cherish and I are grateful for what you've done while I was at the orchard getting married." As he walked to the table, Wally walked in behind him. When Wally saw Ruth, he flapped his wings and waddled to greet her. "You're welcome. I'm just sad I couldn't be there." Ruth laughed at Wally as she rubbed his neck. "Hi, Wally." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a couple of pellets. Wally quickly ate them. Cherish grabbed 3 cups from the cupboard and set them on a tray.
Malachi, Ruth has baked us a wedding cake. Isn't that lovely?
Malachi smiled. "That's very kind. Thank you, Ruth. A person can never have too much cake." "I know how much you enjoy them, Malachi," Ruth said proudly. Malachi gave her a nod. Cherish poured the hot water into the teapot on the table when the kettle boiled.
"Shall we have the cake now?"
Cherish asked. "Yes, why not?" Ruth grinned. Cherish opened the box to see a round cake with bright yellow frosting. She took out the cake, and when it was cut, there were small pumpkin chunks. Malachi saw them too. "What's that in the cake?" Ruth leaned forward. "I had a mixer once, but it broke. I mixed the cake by hand. It'll all end up mushed in your stomach, so I didn't think anyone would mind."
"Not at all. I'm sure it'll be delightful."
Cherish put 3 slices of cake on 3 plates and then served their tea. "Oh, Cherish, I'm so pleased you're here. It makes my heart happy knowing that Malachi has someone here with him."
"I'm glad to be here."
Malachi looked at Cherish, and they exchanged a smile. Ruth put her fork down and placed her hand over her heart. "Oh, young love, it's such a beautiful thing." Cherish had to stop laughing as she took her first mouthful of cake. The cake was awful. It had no flavor, and the large chunks of pumpkin didn't help one bit. She looked over at Malachi, who had his first taste. "It's delicious. Thank you for this, Ruth. Your cooking hasn't changed one bit," Malachi said. "I'm glad. I was a little worried about it being a new recipe and all." Cherish wondered how she could get out of eating any more of it.
"Where did you get the recipe from?"
Ruth's face lit up as though she was delighted Cherish asked that question. "I made it up in my head." Cherish took a large sip of tea and moved back slightly so she could glance under the table for caramel. "So, Ruth, who is this visitor you have staying with you? Are they still here? I want to thank them for helping out," Malachi said. Ruth shifted in her chair. "Yes, he's still there." "He?" Cherish asked, as she managed to slip a large portion of her cake to caramel. "Yes, it's a man, but don't get the wrong idea. He's a friend. You'll see him soon enough." Malachi frowned, and Cherish wondered why Ruth didn't want to tell them who her visitor was. Suddenly, Caramel walked away. Cherish glanced underneath the table to see he hadn't eaten the cake. Caramel barked at Wally, and Wally pecked angrily at him. Ruth jumped off her chair and nearly fell backward at the commotion. Cherish leaped to her feet and grabbed hold of Caramel.
"Oh, Ruth, I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" Ruth laughed it off. It's okay, dear. Hello, Caramel. I didn't even know you were in the room. I'll put him outside until we finish. Cherish would have to watch Caramel around Wally. It seemed Wally had his limits. When Cherish came back, Ruth was helping herself to another piece of cake, while Malachi was struggling to finish. "What do you think of the cake, Malachi?" Ruth asked. He moved his mouth around.
It's a cross between a pie and a cake.
Funny you should say that, because I started out making a pie, and then something happened. It didn't look like a pie when it came out of the oven, so I decided it had to be a cake. Cherish looked down at the concoction on her plate. She wished Ruth hadn't said that just now. It made it seem so much worse. She took a deep breath, thinking of all the excuses under the sun she could give Ruth of why she wasn't hungry. Nothing came to mind, so she ate what was left quickly and then drowned out the taste with more tea. Chapter 10. When Favor ended the call with Cherish and sprinted out of the barn, she spotted Simon in the sheep paddock and ran toward him. When she reached him, she leaned over to catch her breath. She noticed Simon's father, Melvin, nearby, hammering at a fence post. Simon laughed at her.
Are you okay? What's going on?
Simon. She stood straight and put her hand on his shoulder. I've got great news.
What is it?
I just spoke with Cherish, and she told me about a massive piece of land for sale in her community. One of their members passed away or something. I think that's what she said. Anyway, he wanted the land to be divided and sold to new people in the community for a low price. They're trying to encourage people to move there, I guess.
Simon frowned.
And you want to move there?
Of course I do. Cherish assured me we won't be able to find a better deal anywhere else.
Simon raised his eyebrows.
She assured you? So suddenly Cherish knows everything about everything?
Yes. Well, no. But we can always move back if we need to, right?
Simon took off his hat and ran his fingers through his hair.
I don't know about this, Favor. We've got everything we need here.
Oh, Simon, Favor said, you haven't even seen the land yet.
We've got land here, Simon replied. Look around. There are acres and acres of land. Enough so we can build our own house like we all planned, and you agreed to it.
Favor folded her arms.
I don't like it here, Simon. It's so far away from everything, and I have no friends. I want to be close to my sister.
Simon glanced over at his father, who was still fixing the fence. He wondered if he could hear their conversation.
Can we at least visit Cherish and Malachi and take a look? Favor asked.
Simon stared at her for a moment, then nodded.
Okay, we will visit them, he said. But I don't know when. We've only just come back from their wedding.
Favor stepped closer and whispered, Just the two of us? Simon scratched his neck.
I don't want to upset my parents.
Favor grunted.
I wish you would think of me and what I want for once, not your parents. It's not normal how they want to do everything with us.
Simon sighed as he gave up.
Okay, we will go alone. Just us two.
Favor clapped her hands and looked up at Simon.
Thank you so much. You don't know how happy you've made me.
As Favor skipped off, Simon scratched his neck, looking at his father. Melvin looked down and continued his task with the fence. Simon felt pressured by everyone. He was unsure how to fix the problems between his wife and his parents, and he loved all of them dearly. All he wanted was to make peace between the two sides, but he didn't know how to achieve it, or if it was even possible. He had started to think that perhaps they should move away and start fresh, although he wasn't sure yet. He had always been with his parents. The thought of moving away never even occurred to him before. He was happy being with them. As much as he loved his life on the farm with his parents, that all paled compared to his love for Favor. He was tired of being a failure as a husband and unable to make her happy. At this point, he decided they would visit Cherish and Malachi and see the land. If it was a good enough deal, it might be a perfect chance to give Favor the life she wanted. He worried about how this would look to his parents. The problem was, how would he tell them that he would be away for a few days, and that he and Favor wanted to go alone? They'd be hurt, and that was troubling. No matter which way he turned, someone was going to get hurt. But he'd given Favor his word and had to stick to it. At dinner that night, Favor sat beside Simon, grinning as she ate. She couldn't wait to visit Cherish's community and hoped Simon's parents wouldn't talk Simon out of it. Tonight, Harriet and Favor had cooked a hash brown bake with roast chicken and vegetables. Harriet had been unusually quiet while cooking, not babbling on like she usually did. Favor was unsure why, but she didn't question it. During the meal, Favor waited until Simon brought up the subject of their upcoming getaway. She knew it would take him a while to work up the courage, but she had confidence he'd raise the issue toward the end of the meal. As they all ate in silence, Melvin cleared his throat.
I'd like to address something, if I may.
Harriet put her knife and fork down and looked over at Melvin. Simon did the same, but Favor kept eating. When the room fell silent, Favor looked up and saw everyone staring at her. She quickly swallowed her mouthful and then set her utensils down.
I'm sorry, she said. Please, go on, Melvin. Call him Pa, Favor, Harriet reminded her. Oh, yeah. Sorry, Pa.
Favor, I overheard you and Simon talking today in the field. I could tell you were upset and felt like you weren't getting enough alone time with Simon. Harriet and I talked about it and came up with an idea.
Favor held her breath. She didn't need their ideas. She needed to get as far away from them as possible. Harriet took over.
We will drop you off at the park at 9 in the morning, where you can enjoy the sunshine and the fresh air. We will also prepare you a picnic lunch.
We'll pick you up at 5 in the evening, giving you plenty of time to spend alone together, Melvin added.
Favor couldn't believe what she was hearing. It was concerning that they thought dropping them at a park for a few hours would fix all their problems.
Thank you. That would be nice, wouldn't it, Favor?
Simon looked at Favor. It annoyed Favor further that Simon was going along with it.
What would we do with all those hours in a wide-open space of nothingness? We have wide-open spaces here. We don't need to go to a park. You will be on your own. You won't have to do anything. Just walk around the park and enjoy yourself. Take a nap when you want. There are bound to be some nice people with whom you can converse.
Harriet nodded encouragingly at Favor. Favor was furious. They were clearly trying to stop them from visiting Cherish and seeing the land. Why else would they be talking such nonsense?
It's a nice thought. Thank you.
Favor looked at Simon, waiting for him to say something. She even bumped him with her elbow, and he still remained silent. That's when she knew she'd have to say something.
Simon and I are thinking we should visit Cherish and Malachi. Why? You've only seen them recently. I don't know what you want, Favor.
Harriet's friendly tone changed.
You and Simon have everything you need here. Melvin heard you talking today about moving.
Favor avoided Harriet's beady gaze.
I don't have family or friends here, and it's so far from everything.
We are your family now, Melvin replied.
I know, but it's not the same as being with my family back home or being with my sister.
Favor shook her head.
Do you think Simon feels the same?
Harriet asked as she crossed her arms in front of her. Simon shrugged his shoulders.
There's land to be sold for a low price. It might be good for us.
It's cheap, and no one else is offering it. And it would be a better deal than we'd get anywhere else." Harriet glared at him. "We're doing all of this for you. One day you will inherit this farm. What about the house we're offering to build for you?" Favor was fed up. She had had enough of Harriet meddling in their lives and their marriage. "We'd like to visit Cherish soon and see the land," Favor said. "We'd also like to go alone." Harriet was shocked. She looked at Simon. "Simon, I want everyone to be happy, and it seems impossible." Simon sighed. "What's impossible is pleasing your wife," Harriet snapped. "She's never happy. If you move away, then she'll want something else, and then something else. She's one of those people." Favor was horrified. They were all blaming her. "We've never spent time away from you and Melvin." Favor felt tears stinging behind her eyes. "We want to be alone and not at some silly park for a day." "Harriet and I haven't been alone for more than 25 years, since before Simon was born," Melvin said. "We want to go by ourselves," Favor said. "I hope you can find it in your hearts to let us go." "And Simon, how do you feel about this?" Melvin asked. Simon didn't know what to say. He looked at Favor, and his heart sank. He couldn't bear to make Favor unhappy anymore. If what she wanted was a house of their own and to move away, he would be happy to do that. The only thing holding him back was his parents. "I want what Favor wants." "Right. Well, then go," Harriet snapped. She stood up, pushed in her chair, and slammed her plate full of food into the sink. Melvin stood up and excused himself from the table. He walked into the bedroom with Harriet. Favor pulled Simon in for a tight hug, then let go. "Thank you so much. I'm going to pack." Favor ran into her room, anxious to see the land and Cherish and Malachi again. Simon sat at the table, feeling trapped by his obligations. No matter what he did or how he turned, he could never please everyone. He wasn't sure whether it was good or bad, but he liked spending time with his folks. It would have been ideal if Favor felt that way too, but she didn't. He hung his head and felt sorry for his parents. He was their only child, but he was also Favor's only husband. The last thing he wanted to do was choose between his parents and his wife. Chapter 11. "Wilma, your life is changing." Wilma didn't want to repeat the same conversations with Ada. She had to change the subject. "Where there's life, there is always change. I'm looking forward to some warmer weather. That's the change I'd like to see." Ada slurped her tea. "Is something the matter?" Wilma asked. "No, why?" "You always drink your tea quietly." Ada set her teacup down and looked into the hot, steaming liquid. "Maybe I'm changing, too." Wilma frowned. "That's your change? Are you still upset about me having other friends?" "No, I have other friends, too. It's just that most of them aren't from here. That's why our friendship is so important." Wilma reached out and grabbed Ada's hand. "We'll always be friends. I keep telling you that. But that doesn't mean I can't be friends with others." "I know that." Wilma jumped up when she heard a knock on the door. Ada followed Wilma to the door. They were both surprised to see Eli standing there, another potted rose in his hands. He passed the rose to Wilma. "This is for you. I told you I'd be back." Eli then saw Ada as she moved forward. "Ada, I didn't know you'd be here, or I would have brought you a rose, too." "That's fine, Eli. I wouldn't want you digging up too many of Franny's plants. There'll be nothing left in your garden soon." "No, these were never Franny's roses." Eli shook his head. Wilma felt terrible over what Ada had said.
It was clear Ada was threatened by her new friends, no matter what she said. "Thank you for the plant. I'll put it next to the other one."
"I took the thorns off it for you. I remembered what you said about the little ones running on the porch."
That was so thoughtful, wasn't it, Wilma? And how rare to find a man who listens. Eli, you must join us for hot tea. We've just made a fresh pot.
"I'm only here to chop the wood. I didn't do much when I was here last. I want to make sure you don't run out."
No, Eli, you don't have to do that. I have other people who can do that for me.
Wilma placed the potted rose on the porch.
"I'm here now. I might as well make myself useful."
"If you insist. You know where everything is."
Ada nodded toward the woodshed.
"Have tea with us when you finish," Wilma suggested.
"I'm sorry, but I won't have the time today."
He gave them both a nod and then headed over to the wood chopping block.
"Well, Wilma, I don't know how you do it," Ada whispered. "Do what?" "You have all these people wanting to do everything for you. Men are coming to chop wood, and they're giving you flowers."
Wilma pulled Ada inside and closed the door.
"Don't say that. He's very kind and thoughtful. He knows what it feels like to lose someone. And they aren't flowers. They're plants. He's just got a lot of sympathy for me because he misses his wife."
Ada smirked.
"Sympathy? Is that what they're calling it these days?"
Wilma shook her head and walked back into the kitchen. Ada sat down and brought the teacup to her lips.
"Ah, it's cold now." "I'll make another pot."
After Wilma made a fresh pot of tea, she sat down with Ada.
"So, what's new around here? There's always something happening."
Ada took a sip of tea.
"What about Debbie? I haven't seen much of her."
"She's been busy with Fritz. I'm watching love develop between those two."
I know what you mean. That's one I didn't see coming, even though I'm good at matchmaking. Besides his good looks and broad shoulders, what does she see in him?"
Ada set her cup down on the saucer. "We got a bad impression when we first met him. He's lovely when he's with Debbie. He's different from the man who knocked on our door a few months ago."
"Is he only acting nice until they're married?"
Ada asked. "Married? Debbie hasn't mentioned marriage."
"That's why he's still here. My guess is that he'll propose before he leaves. Then they'll exchange letters, and then have a letter romance, and then they'll marry at this time next year."
Wilma looked away.
"I don't know what I'd do without Debbie and young Jared." "What would it matter? She's at work most days anyway, and I noticed Jared isn't here today."
"Debbie's been taking him to the markets or leaving him with Joy most days."
"That's good. Joy won't put up with any of Jared's nonsense."
"He's improving as he gets older," Wilma said.
"Maybe. Marriage will be good for Debbie and good for Jared. A strong man in the family is what they both need. I wonder if there's anything we can do to help their romance along."
"Don't do that, Ada. I don't want them to leave. I'd be so lonely without them."
"They must. You set Cherish free. You must do the same for Debbie and Crystal."
"Why?" Wilma asked.
"So they can live. Crystal also desperately wants a husband. It won't be long before she's gone, too. But don't worry, Samuel and I will keep you company. We'll still be here after they're all gone."
Wilma shook her head. "I'm not stopping Crystal from finding anyone. She's the one who says she can't find a man who'll accept her."
"Well, one man is very keen on her,"
Ada chuckled. Wilma raised her eyebrows. "Matthew?"
"That's right."
Wilma shrugged. "I just hope Debbie and Crystal stay here for a long time."
"And Jared?"
Ada asked. "Him too. He's closer to me than most of my grandchildren. I consider him to be one. Just don't do any matchmaking.
It does more harm than good sometimes. Please say you won't interfere."
Ada let out a loud sigh to the faint sounds of the wood being chopped outside.
"Just for you, I'll try to hide my matchmaking skills. I'll be hiding my light under a bushel."
"Thank you. Things should unfold naturally." Chapter 12. A few days later, Cherish sat on the front porch. A cup of hot tea steamed in her hand as she read letters from home. She'd been delighted to get one from Joy and one from Christina. After reading them, she put them back in their envelopes and watched Malachi tend their vegetable garden.
"It'll be covered in snow soon, so why bother with it now?"
Cherish called out to him.
"The weeds will die anyway."
He looked up at her and smiled.
"I like to keep things neat, and it's clear you like watching me do it."
She laughed.
"That's true enough."
After a while, Cherish's mind wandered to her mother, and then she thought about Ada. Back at home, so many people were continually stopping by the house, and she'd loved that. She missed them all, and started wondering what her friends Debbie and Crystal were up to. They hadn't taken the time to contact her. Did they still think about her, or was it out of sight, out of mind? She hoped their friendship was still strong enough to last until she saw them again.
"That'll do it today. You've talked me out of it."
Malachi stood up and tossed the bundle of weeds into the lower section of the garden. Then he sat next to Cherish. Cherish looked at her feet as she kicked her legs back and forth.
"Is something the matter?"
Malachi asked. Cherish paused, wondering if she should tell Malachi how she was feeling. She'd only been there a week, and she didn't want him to think she was anything but happy. She was married, so she knew she should share everything with him.
"I think I'm just a little homesick."
Malachi reached out his hand.
"It's okay. You've never lived anywhere else before.
It will take some time to get used to." Cherish nodded.
"I know. It's just that I had Crystal, Debbie, Ada, and Mom. I miss them all, and I don't know anyone here."
"I understand. Why don't we invite some people over?"
"Maybe,"
Cherish said, although she wasn't that keen.
"There are some new people you'll meet on Sunday, too."
"That will be nice. What are we doing for the rest of the day?"
"People are coming to take the piglets later."
"Oh, they are?"
"They'll be here after lunch."
"Oh, okay. I'll miss the piglets." "It's your fault. You shouldn't have named them," Cherish told him.
"It wouldn't have mattered. It's always hard letting them go."
Cherish sensed the sadness in Malachi's voice.
"I never noticed until now how attached you get to the animals."
Malachi smiled.
"They kept me company when you weren't here."
Cherish looked out across the front garden. She noticed how well Malachi had taken care of everything, even the plants.
"What's for lunch?"
he asked, snapping Cherish out of her thoughts.
"There's still some of Ruth's cake left. We could eat the rest of that."
Malachi looked at her with his eyes wide open. He shook his head and laughed. Soon she was laughing too.
"It was so bad, wasn't it?"
Malachi asked. Cherish covered her mouth and giggled.
"It's the thought that counts."
"Well, I hope Ruth never has those thoughts again."
"Me too,"
Cherish agreed. Later that morning, Cherish stood in the kitchen while Malachi was outside. She decided to prepare fried chicken with potato salad for lunch. She enjoyed cooking by herself without Ada and Wilma interfering. They would typically look over her shoulder and tell her she was doing something wrong, when she simply wanted to cook any way she wanted. The strange thing was she missed being annoyed by them. She called Malachi inside to eat when lunch was cooked and the table was set. They sat at the table, bowed their heads, and said a silent prayer. When they opened their eyes, Malachi loaded fried chicken onto his plate.
"It looks delicious."
"This is one of my favorite meals. Next time, I'll make it with macaroni and cheese."
"I love macaroni and cheese."
Malachi bit into his chicken leg.
"Me too."
Cherish smiled at him.
"Macaroni and cheese," Timmy said.
Cherish and Malachi looked at the birds and laughed.
They're great entertainment,
Malachi said.
That was Timmy. So far, Tommy can only say Malachi.
Cherish watched as Wally lay in his bed, picking at his back feathers. She noticed Caramel wasn't next to him and looked around the room before spotting him under the table. She relaxed back into her chair.
They'll get used to each other.
Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Malachi wiped his mouth with his napkin and stood up.
That will be the people for the piglets. I'll walk them around the side of the house.
Cherish stood up.
I'll meet you out there.
As Malachi greeted the Englisher guests and led them around the side of the house, Cherish placed the dirty dishes in the sink and ran water over them. She covered the leftover food and put it in the fridge before walking outside and heading toward the barn. As she came closer, she heard children screaming and laughing. She went to the barn door and saw a group of young children playing and running around with the piglets. Malachi stood at the pen entrance and spoke with two young couples. Cherish walked over and stood next to Malachi.
Ah, this is my wife, Cherish,
Malachi said proudly. Cherish smiled politely at her guests, who introduced themselves. Cherish took a turn shaking everyone's hands as the children ran around.
And you've come for the piglets?
Cherish asked. Yes, thank you. We saw the sign in the shop. We can assure you these piglets will stay as pets. Cherish looked at Malachi.
Shall we round up the piglets then?
Malachi asked. Sounds good to me, one of the men said. The children were already in the enclosure, and they squealed excitedly and ran around in circles as the piglets ran after them. The men followed Malachi to round up the piglets, while Cherish stood at the gate with the women.
Thank you so much for giving us the piglets. We offered to pay your husband, but he wouldn't take our money.
Cherish frowned. She thought Malachi meant a few people were coming to buy the piglets. Why was he giving anything away when they needed money to live? Something had to be done. After the families had driven away, Cherish sat with Malachi on the front porch while thinking about what to say. She didn't want to be one of those wives who demanded that her husband should do this and that. Cherish wanted the kind of relationship where they talked everything over and made decisions together. But he'd never discussed giving away livestock and refusing to take payment. If they went broke, they'd have to sell the farm. It would break her heart seeing that the farm was left to her by her dear Aunt Dagmar.
They seemed like lovely people, Cherish said.
Yes, and the kids were so happy.
Malachi?
Yes, he said, looking at her. Cherish swallowed hard.
We have a farm. We have to sell the animals. That's what we do. Why did you give them away?
The children are keeping them as pets.
Really?
Cherish asked, confused. Malachi frowned.
Yes.
What animals do we sell then? We do have to make an income.
None.
Oh, so then how does the farm make money?
Malachi shook his head as he stood up.
It makes enough without us having to send the animals off for slaughter. We sell the vegetables.
Cherish was confused.
We don't have that many vegetables.
That's because we sold them. You don't need to worry about anything, Cherish. I'll keep taking care of the finances and all that,
he said before he walked away. Cherish didn't understand any of it. How was the farm making money? Cherish held her head in her hands. It was like she didn't know her husband at all. On top of her concern about him not allowing her to meet his family, it was another worry. How could they possibly be making money if he wasn't selling the animals on the farm? It wasn't an apple or orange farm where they sold fruit or harvested anything. The vegetable patch wasn't big enough to bring in large sums of money. It bothered her that Malachi was so vague about everything. It seemed he was keeping more than just one secret from her. Chapter 13. On Sunday morning, Cherish and Malachi sat at the table eating a light breakfast of cereal before they left for the meeting. Cherish had tossed and turned the previous night, wondering what was going on with her husband, and why hadn't she noticed these practical issues before they got married? She deserved answers, but didn't know how to get them without being abrupt. The last thing she wanted was to start their marriage off the wrong way. As much as she wanted to keep their love alive, that led her to think, what good was love without trust? Even his Uncle Zachariah had acted strange when she mentioned meeting Malachi's family. Cherish pushed her cereal around in the bowl. She had lost her appetite. Malachi looked up from his food to see Cherish was holding her spoon over her food, but not eating.
"How are you this morning?"
"Not the best." Malachi set his spoon down.
"What's wrong?"
Cherish paused for a moment. "I'm just wondering when I will meet your family. You've met mine, and I don't know anything about yours." Malachi was silent, but at least he didn't leave this time. Instead, he took a deep breath.
"I'll get to that."
"I just want to know what kind of a family I've joined." Her words were harsh, but she needed to be firm.
"You've joined a family like mine."
"I don't know what that means." Cherish grew more frustrated.
"It means it's normal. Don't worry."
Malachi had to pause again.
"My family is similar to yours."
"I don't know what you mean by that."
"It means my father is like Levi was. My mother is like yours."
Cherish got sad every time Levi's name was mentioned. He'd been a great stepfather, and she still wasn't used to the fact that he'd gone home to God. "She isn't," Cherish said. "I doubt that your mother is like mine. My family is a nice family. You know what I mean by nice?" Malachi nodded.
"I know what you mean by nice. Please eat your breakfast, Cherish."
"This is getting us nowhere." Cherish sat silently for a long time before taking a small mouthful of cereal. Then she set her spoon down again. "I've been wondering, Malachi, have you kept the same last name as your family?" After he hesitated for a long time, Cherish couldn't take it any longer. "Can you answer me?"
"I have the same last name as the bishop, who is my uncle. You know I haven't changed my name. I didn't answer immediately because I was trying to figure out why you'd ask me that. Is everything okay?"
"Why don't you trust me? I'm your wife, and I feel you're hiding something from me. I was forced to search your room. This is no way to start a marriage." Cherish put her head in her hands and sobbed. Malachi froze for a moment, not knowing what to do. He felt terrible. He left his seat at the head of the table and sat beside her. Then he put his arm around her shoulder.
"Don't worry about that."
"I do worry about it. I didn't want to do it, but you gave me no choice." Cherish cried some more. Malachi took a deep breath before he began.
"I have nothing to do with my family. I don't even like to talk about them, and I'm sure they feel the same about me."
"Why?" she asked, looking up at him.
"I have a mother, a father, and 4 older brothers."
"Did you think that you could hide that from me?" He nodded again.
"I was hoping so. I see now that it was foolish."
"Do you think there's something wrong with them?" Malachi thought for a moment.
"They trouble me. We never see eye to eye about anything."
"So your whole family is different from you?"
"Yes."
"When will I meet them?" She wasn't going to give up until she knew it all, every single detail about his family. Malachi inhaled sharply.
"You want to meet them?"
"Of course I do. They're my family now, too. Do they even know you got married?"
"I guess they would have heard."
Cherish was taken aback by his answer. "I'm trying to take this in and also understand how you feel. So you don't want them to meet me or your future children?" Malachi shook his head.
"It's been me on my own for so long, I never gave it much thought." Cherish frowned.
You never thought of having children with me?
Of course. I don't mean that. I can't wait to have children with you. I just never thought about whether or not my family would be involved. I didn't think that far into the future. I just think about the farm and keeping you happy.
Cherish felt terrible that Malachi had been alone without a family for so long.
Come on. We'll be late if we don't get going.
Malachi stood up. Cherish blinked back tears. She was frustrated and upset that he wasn't close to his family.
Thank you.
For what? Malachi asked.
For telling me the truth.
I'm sorry for keeping it from you.
Malachi kissed her on the head.
Time is getting away from us. I'll go hitch the buggy.
After clearing the breakfast dishes, Cherish changed into her Sunday best. She brushed her hair and twisted it into a bun at the nape of her neck before putting on her best cap. Then she patted her face with cream to prevent the cold wind from burning her cheeks. Lastly, she dabbed a touch of rose water behind her ears. She went out to the porch. Malachi was already there, rubbing the horse's neck, waiting for her.
You look beautiful,
he said. Cherish felt her cheeks grow hot.
Thank you.
She climbed into the buggy, and Malachi got in beside her. She took a deep breath.
Malachi, this will be our first meeting as a married couple.
Yeah, I know.
He flicked the buggy lines and called,
Giddy up.
The horse snorted and moved forward. The town was busy for a Sunday morning, but many had attended their churches and were enjoying the rest of their day. Cherish watched people gather on their porches and in the streets as they chatted. When they arrived at the house where the meeting was being hosted, Cherish noticed more people were in attendance than on her past visits. Malachi nodded at her before walking to the right side of the room. Cherish walked over to the left side and sat beside a young woman. The young woman smiled at Cherish as she sat down beside her. Emma leaned in close.
I'm Emma, she whispered. Hi, I'm Cherish.
Emma was a beautiful young woman with piercing blue eyes. She wore a pale pink dress with a black Amish apron over it. Cherish guessed Emma was about the same age and hoped they would be friends. She couldn't talk much because the bishop walked to the front of the room to begin his sermon.
I'm sorry, Emma. I have to be quiet. The meeting is about to start. Oh, okay, she whispered. I just wanted to tell you my name, that's all.
Cherish bit her lip. She'd come across as stuffy, and she wasn't like that. Now Emma had the wrong impression. Why hadn't she just kept quiet? She always opened her mouth and spoke before she thought when she was nervous. That was something she had to work on changing. Chapter 14. Uncle Zachariah stood in front of the congregation. He cleared his throat and looked around.
I hope and pray that you'll be blessed as you listen to God's word today. I want to talk about the importance of the church and how God has blessed us with many things in many ways.
He started by talking about the Amish community and how they differed from the English. He told them that the Amish had to work hard and that some considered their lifestyle difficult. He also talked about how it was essential to stay humble and that God would only bless them if they remained humble. Since the preaching was going a certain way, Cherish guessed there must be Englishers in the room. She turned around and saw that she was right. She tried not to fidget or show any emotion, but she couldn't help it. The bishop continued on and on. The longer he spoke, the more her mind wandered, and she wished he would have preached on a topic or a story in the Bible like he always had on her visits. Finally, the bishop said,
I think it's important that we never forget that we're all children of God.
The room fell silent as Bishop Zachariah delivered some items of news. Now and then, Cherish caught Malachi's eye, and they exchanged a smile. Bishop Zachariah cleared his throat before saying,
Today, I'd like to officially announce that Cherish Schlabach, Malachi's new wife, has moved here permanently and joined our community.
Cherish's new last name was strange to her ears. She'd been Cherish Baker all her life. There was so much to get used to. The bishop continued. As most of you know, she and Malachi now live on the farm where Dagmar Baker used to live. Please, everyone make Cherish feel welcome.
Welcome, Cherish,
Emma whispered.
Thank you.
Cherish was sure her face was bright red as she smiled politely at everyone who glanced in her direction. When the meeting was over, everyone gathered at 2 long tables in the backyard to enjoy a meal together. Malachi had them join Emma and a young man.
Cherish, this is my husband, Zeke. We're new here, too.
Cherish smiled at Zeke.
It's lovely to meet you both.
Zeke looked a little older than Emma and had a short beard, making Cherish wonder if they, too, had married recently. We met Malachi a few weeks ago, and he already told us about you, Zeke said.
He did?
Cherish asked. Oh, yes. He told us about the wedding and how excited he was for you to move here. Cherish was surprised that Malachi had talked about her. She thought he was quiet and kept to himself. It seemed as if he had warmed to the people in the community. As Malachi and Zeke talked, Emma said to Cherish,
Those two got along like a house on fire when they first met. They have a strong passion for fixing things. I think they're very similar.
She smiled as she glanced over at both of the men.
That's sweet, Cherish said. Look, I'm sorry for what I said before the meeting started. I wasn't hushing you, but it sounded like I was. I'm not like that. I didn't think that. It's okay.
Cherish nodded and hoped Emma liked her.
Zeke and I married a month ago today, to be exact. We lived on my family's dairy farm for a week, and then we moved here. Really?
Cherish was glad she had met someone in such a similar situation to her own.
I lived on my family's apple orchard. That's where we got married. Oh, you must miss home a lot. I do. It's funny how distance can make the heart grow fonder. When I was there, I couldn't wait to be here. Now I miss home. Well, I guess this is my home now.
Cherish took a deep breath. New name, new home, and a new community. There was a lot to take in.
I miss my family, too. I come from a very large family, so moving here and being all alone has been challenging, Emma said. I shouldn't say alone, because I have Zeke. I mean, away from my family.
Cherish raised her eyebrows.
I know exactly what you mean. I come from a large family, too. I'm not used to having so much time on my hands, or it being so quiet. But I'm sure I'll get used to it.
Emma nodded.
You will. They say it gets easier with time. I hope so. We live close to your farm, about a 5 or 10 minute buggy ride. Really? Cherish asked. Will you visit us today after the meeting?
Emma nodded.
Sure. We'd love to. We're not doing anything else. Thank you.
Cherish was relieved that Emma wanted to get to know her better. She looked at Malachi, who was smiling back at her. She wondered if she should have asked him first when she invited people over, but she was sure he wouldn't mind. He had mentioned he thought she should make new friends in their Amish community. It was odd to be sitting with new people. Cherish felt a little self-conscious as she looked around to see who was looking at her. Even though she'd been to the farm frequently over the years, she'd often skipped the second Sundays of the month when the meetings had been held. When it was time to leave the meeting, she walked over to the buggy with Malachi. She climbed inside, and then Malachi came up beside her. He was smiling at her.
What?
She whispered. He shook his head. Nothing. He glanced over his shoulder, and when he saw no one was watching, he leaned over and kissed her cheek. You look so beautiful. You smell good, too. Cherish reached up to touch the stubble growing on his chin. Soon he'd have a beard like all married Amish men.
Thank you,
she said softly. Malachi hurried around and got into the buggy beside her. He took the reins and turned the buggy toward home. Cherish watched him, unable to take her eyes off his masculine profile. He glanced at her. "What?"
"Nothing," she smiled. "Nothing."
Chapter 15. Cherish and Malachi rode home in silence, except for the clipping of the horses' hooves against the hard ground. The sky was full of clouds, the sun's rays streaking through the breaks in the clouds in random patterns. The wind was cool, and Cherish was glad for the thick coat she wore. As they passed by a field, a large flock of cranes flew over them, their wings flapping in unison. Cherish had never seen so many cranes in one place before. They glided higher and higher into the sky until they were little more than black dots against the blue. She leaned forward and looked out of the buggy until they disappeared behind a clump of trees.
"Did you see them?" Cherish asked Malachi.
See what?
"The cranes. They were magnificent."
Malachi nodded.
They look like they're headed south.
"I've never seen so many in one place before. It was like they were flying together as one," Cherish said.
I've never seen so many either. They must be migrating.
"Migrating? Where are they migrating to?"
Malachi shrugged.
I don't know where all of them are going.
"I hope you don't mind me inviting Emma and Zeke over."
Of course not.
"You seem to get along with Zeke."
He's a good man. They bought one of the plots of land the bishop told us about.
"They did?" Cherish asked.
Yes, but they managed to get the one with the old house on it. First in, first served, I guess.
Emma never mentioned that. So if Favor and Simon move here, they'll be close neighbors with them?
That's right. But I don't think Simon will ever leave his parents. Don't get your hopes up. I don't want you to be disappointed.
I think he might. Don't underestimate Favor.
Well, they better hurry if they want to move. Word has spread in a few communities. I don't think it'll take long for the land to be snapped up.
Cherish bit her lip. She hoped Favor would convince Simon to move in time. Cherish put on the kettle to boil when they arrived home, while Malachi sat with their guests in the living room. Cherish opened the gas-powered fridge, looked at the half-eaten cake Ruth had made for them, and chuckled. If she fed her visitors that, they'd never come back. Instead, she took out a jar of freshly baked cookies she'd prepared a few days earlier and laid them on a plate. She entered the living room and placed the tray on the coffee table before serving each person a cup of hot tea. Suddenly, Wally started poking at the back door. Cherish stuck her head around the corner and saw Wally and Caramel waiting at the door. When Cherish opened the back door, Wally shuffled through the house straight to Malachi. Caramel followed as Cherish walked back into the living room.
"Oh, a goose is in the house," Emma exclaimed. "He's Malachi's pet. He follows him everywhere," Cherish said as she sat down. "Really? How sweet."
He's very friendly. Go sit on your bed, Wally.
Malachi pointed to Wally's bed in the corner, and Wally slowly shuffled over and sat down.
That's the strangest thing I've seen in a long time, Zeke said.
Malachi laughed.
"So, what made you want to move to Willersburg?" Cherish asked them both.
"When we heard about the land for sale, we couldn't resist the offer."
Zeke took a sip of tea.
"Zeke's family lives not far from here," Emma added.
Cherish was glad she could tell Favor she'd met her future neighbors and that they were lovely.
"Oh, yes," Zeke cleared his throat. "That too. About 2 hours away."
Malachi and Zeke started talking amongst themselves, and Cherish smiled at Emma.
"What are some of your hobbies?" Cherish asked. "I love quilting. It's been one of my passions for years. Oh, my good friend owns a quilt store back home. Come and I'll show you one of the quilts Malachi bought me from her store. It's fantastic."
The ladies walked into Cherish and Malachi's room. Emma walked over and touched the quilt, looking at it in amazement.
"Oh, it's beautiful."
She picked up a corner and held it close to her face.
"The stitching is great. It's excellent quality."
Cherish smiled.
"I'll tell my friend you like it."
Cherish was pleased to have met Emma and Zeke. Something about Emma put her at ease and made her feel like she had made a friend.
You could stay for dinner if you'd like,
Cherish offered.
Oh, no. I've taken up enough of your time. It's getting late, and we should go.
Cherish smiled again.
You're always welcome here, even if you don't bring Zeke.
Emma laughed and covered her mouth with her hand. Cherish realized that might have sounded rude.
Oh, I didn't mean not to bring Zeke. I really like Zeke. I just meant I want you to stop by any time, even if it's just you.
I know what you meant. It's okay.
Phew, good. People often take things I say the wrong way. Maybe I do say things the wrong way. I open my mouth and start talking sometimes before my brain catches up.
Emma nodded and walked out of the room. Cherish followed her to the front door, where they said goodbye to Zeke and Emma. Then Emma leaned over and hugged Cherish. After Emma and Zeke had gone, all Malachi wanted to do was rest by the fire and do nothing. Cherish wasn't the least bit tired. She was also restless with pent-up energy. She had to do something. She went to the kitchen to get a glass of water. As she drank it, she thought about Emma and Zeke and how wonderful it was to have new friends around the same age. Cherish drank the last drop of her water and put the glass in the sink. Then she put on her coat and went for a walk. When she got to the barn, she hesitated. The barn door was ajar, just like it had been in her dream. She pulled the door open wide, but there was no Aunt Dagmar, just a dark, empty space. Cherish thought more about Aunt Dagmar and what she'd wanted to tell her in that dream. If only she hadn't woken up so soon. She had to wonder if her aunt had wanted to tell her something about Malachi. He had opened up a little about his parents, but there was still a lot more to know. Not knowing something about her husband was troubling. Had she married him too quickly without thinking it through? Was God using the dream about Aunt Dagmar to warn her about something? Chapter 16. The following day, Cherish trudged up the dirt path to the barn while Malachi tended the horses. She wondered how her mother was doing, alone with no one to help her except for Debbie and Crystal, who had to leave her every day to go to work. She picked up the receiver and dialed the number. Suddenly, someone answered the phone, and she recognized Samuel's voice.
Hello?
Samuel, it's Cherish. How are you?
Cherish, it's good to hear your voice. I'm fine, thank you. How's everything there?
Cherish was delighted to speak with Samuel. He reminded her so much of Levi.
Everything's great here. I met a lovely couple yesterday and had them over to the house. I think they'll become our close friends, just like you and Ada and Wilma and Levi were close.
Her voice trailed away.
It's all right to talk about Levi. We all miss him.
I know, but I don't want to make people sad by talking about him.
Have you settled into your new home?
Samuel asked.
I have. Malachi painted it and made it look great.
I suppose you want to speak with your mother, do you?
Samuel asked.
Yes, but first, could you tell me how she is? I've been worried about her. It was so hard to leave her. I know she was trying to be brave.
She's doing better than I expected. Florence and Carter have been over nearly every day, and Bliss comes to walk with her through the orchard.
Cherish was glad to hear that family members were making an effort to be there for her mother.
That's great. I miss Mom a lot.
I'll get her for you. She'll be happy to hear from you.
It was great talking to you, Samuel.
You too, Cherish.
Maybe you and Ada can visit soon.
Possibly. We do like to travel. I'll let Ada know you said hello.
Oh, yes, please do that.
Cherish twirled the phone cord in her fingers as she waited for her mother to come to the phone. She didn't have to wait very long until a familiar voice crackled from the receiver.
Hello? Cherish?
Mom, how are you? Yes, it's me.
I'm well. I'm glad you called.
Cherish smiled.
I'm sorry I haven't called much. I've been trying to adjust to everything here.
Of course, dear. I understand. Are you enjoying yourself there at the farm with Malachi?
Cherish looked out the barn door at Malachi, who was still with the horses.
I am. Life is as perfect as it can be. Although I miss everyone so much.
We miss you too, Mom said. It's very quiet without you, the birds, and Caramel. I never thought I'd miss those messy birds. Ada said she'd get me a bird, but I don't want one. I would have thought she'd know that. But still, you don't really know people sometimes. Cherish giggled to herself.
They're keeping us entertained here.
I'm sure they are, Wilma said.
And how are you really, Mom? If you're not okay, you can say so.
Her mother sighed. I'm doing well, though I must admit the days are a little long without Levi around. There is an empty space. The house is so empty when Debbie and Crystal leave for work. I've been thinking about letting out a room.
Really?
Yes. There could be someone out there who needs a home. They can also keep me company. Cherish didn't like that idea.
Just be careful who you get if you go ahead with that.
Of course I will. I'm not stupid.
I know you're not. I didn't mean that.
Carter and I have been working through Levi's paperwork. He's also helping me with banking and sorting out everything Levi left behind. One step at a time, I guess.
Yes, you told me that the other day when you called me.
Oh, sorry, I don't mean to repeat myself.
And how is Florence doing? Cherish asked.
She's fine. She gets a little tired now and again, but that's to be expected with her condition. At least she's healthy. How's Malachi? Cherish thought about what her mother had just said about not knowing people. She wanted to tell her mother about her fears and deep thoughts, but then she'd only worry about her, and she didn't want that.
He's great. Everything is good.
I'm so pleased about that. I wish I could say the same for all your sisters.
What do you mean? Cherish asked.
Favor is having trouble adjusting. You know that.
I know, but hopefully she'll adjust soon.
Cherish kept quiet about the land near her in case Favor and Simon couldn't buy it.
Well, don't let me keep you. I'm sure you've got lots of chores to do on the farm.
Okay, Mom. I miss you a lot.
I miss you too, Cherish. Keep in touch.
I will, Mom. I love you.
Thank you.
Cherish waited for her mother to say she loved her too, but she rarely said that. Then Cherish heard the phone click. Her mother had hung up. After Cherish placed the receiver back on the hook, she stayed there for a moment. She missed her mother, but it was hard to converse with her. Her mother was always so distant. She would say things like, "Keep in touch," and "I miss you," but rarely said she loved Cherish. Cherish wished her mother would say it more often, especially now that they were far apart. Heading out of the barn, Cherish thought about how her mother's life had been. She'd given her baby boy up for adoption, and that's when she had probably closed off her heart. Even though he was back in Mom's life, what could heal all those years of separation? All that aside, who said thank you when someone said they loved them? The correct response should have been to say that she loved her too. Just as well she knew her mother loved her, so it didn't matter. Still, it would have been nice to hear. Chapter 17. Cherish approached the fence, smiling. Caramel and Wally walked around in the paddock with Malachi. He looked up and acknowledged Cherish. Then he walked over to her.
Would you like to take a walk? Cherish asked. I thought we could look for spots to plant apple trees.
Let me finish up these chores first. I won't be long.
Cherish backed away from the fence and stopped to look at the horses in the paddock. She had never learned to love horses because she'd been scared of them since she was little. That didn't get her out of the chores or looking after them. No one back home had ever cared about the fears or phobias of the young. They were just expected to do things. She sat on the ground, leaned against a tree, and waited for Malachi to finish his chores. When Malachi was done, he stopped next to the tree where Cherish sat.
Are you ready?
Cherish looked up at Malachi and smiled at him.
Yes.
Malachi held out his hand for Cherish. She grabbed his hand and got up from the ground. Then she walked by his side as they headed towards the fields behind the barns. Cherish leaned over and patted Caramel, who scampered to follow Wally, who was already trotting toward the field. The day was warmer than it had been, and a slight breeze drifted through the farm. As they came to the meadow, Caramel started barking loudly. Cherish looked at Caramel to see why he was barking. She glanced across the field and saw the mother duck waddling with her 3 ducklings following in a row.
Oh, they're so adorable! But I've never seen ducklings at this time of year. I thought ducklings were born in the springtime, aren't they? Cherish asked.
Well, those weren't.
We should give the ducks names, Cherish said.
Malachi laughed.
I think we can save the names for our animals, not the wild animals.
Cherish nudged Malachi's arm playfully and rolled her eyes.
What about there, behind the meadow? There's so much space. We could plant a few apple trees and they would surround the meadow.
That sounds perfect,
Malachi said.
It would be beautiful.
She smiled at him.
I think so too. And there's plenty of sun for them away from other tall trees.
Wherever you think. You know more than I do about apple trees, which is good, because I know nothing at all.
Cherish took Malachi's hand, and together they walked around the pond.
Can you give me details about your family? Daphne still needs to record the information.
Malachi wiped his hand over his neck and nodded.
Yeah, of course. Did she write you a letter or something? It seems like she won't let up.
No. She asked me a couple of times, and I said I'd get the information for her. She's quite organized and likes to have all the family records of who married who. She could be nagging Mom. She's been over there a few times for coffee.
I see.
Cherish didn't want to press, but she wanted to know more about him and his family. After all, they were now her family too, and they would soon become the family of their children.
Tell me about your childhood. You've never told me any stories. Well, not many stories, considering you know my life history.
Malachi shrugged his shoulders.
There's not much to tell.
Well, what are your brothers like?
Malachi sighed.
They're jokesters, most of them.
Cherish frowned, wondering what was so wrong with that.
Did you ever get along with them?
Malachi narrowed his eyes as he thought.
I guess at one stage when we were very little, although most of my memories are clouded with the images of them torturing me.
What do you mean?
I told you how I don't like chickens or roosters, but I didn't tell you the real reason why.
Go on,
Cherish said, eager to learn more about her husband.
A bad thing happened when I was only young, about 6 or so. I was a quiet child, a loner. I was playing in the barn, minding my own business, when suddenly my brothers threw a bunch of chickens in with me and locked the door. I froze where I stood, terrified. He rubbed his arms. They started pecking. That really grates on me. I can feel my skin crawling as they peck.
Cherish placed her hand on her chest.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
You have no idea, Malachi said. My childhood was a nightmare. I always wanted to be alone. I left home when I was old enough and vowed never to return.
I'm so sorry you went through that.
Cherish couldn't help thinking he was being too dramatic. Is that the only problem he had?
Not that his parents beat him or didn't feed him for a week. No, he was simply closed in a barn with chickens. It's okay. I've been happier than ever since I left home.
So you haven't spoken to your brothers for years? Cherish asked.
I've had contact with them here and there, but not much.
Cherish hung her head in sadness. And what about your parents? Malachi raised his eyebrows.
They're still at home.
But you haven't spoken to them either?
No.
Cherish found it all unbelievable and quite sad. They haven't reached out?
No. I have no desire to go back there.
Things weren't adding up for Cherish. She didn't always get along with her mother, but she still loved her and couldn't imagine not talking with her for a long time. Cherish and Malachi reached the other side of the meadow and looked across the pond towards the house. This is perfect. What do you think? We could plant 4 apple trees here, maybe even 5. Malachi held her hands in his, facing her.
It sounds perfect to me. Whatever you want.
Cherish closed her eyes as Malachi's lips met hers. She was happier than ever, living on the farm with Malachi. Malachi pulled back and looked deeply into her eyes.
I'm so blessed that God chose you to be my wife.
Cherish breathed in his scent that she loved so much. I feel the same about you. He then looked around.
It'll be nice when we can pluck a fresh apple from the tree.
Yes. I'll call Florence and ask her to send us some graftings.
Now?
Yes. I'll do it while I'm thinking about it. She'd love to do that. She mentioned it before we got married. I still haven't congratulated her on the pregnancy. I know she's so excited about that.
Florence is definitely passionate about apples.
She got that from our father. But right now, she's probably more passionate about the new baby coming. Malachi laughed.
I guess that's true. Tell her I'm happy for her.
I will. I'll be back, and then we can have that walk together.
I won't move a muscle.
Cherish turned around and walked back through the meadow towards the barn. She reflected on how perfect it was at the farm as she walked. Each time she was there, she found herself surrounded by the serenity of nature. But today, she craved to be around people. She realized how much she missed her mother and her mother's best friend, even though they used to nag her. She missed her friends Debbie and Crystal, and talking with them around the fire at night. Most of all, she missed being able to speak with her mother every day. Cherish hoped everything would work out and that favor would move to her community soon, although she didn't like her chances. Harriet was a tough woman to cross and wouldn't want Simon leaving her. When Cherish reached the barn, she paused and wiped the hay dust off the phone before picking up the receiver and dialing Florence's number. Chapter 18.
Hello?
It was Florence's husband who answered the phone. Carter, it's Cherish.
Cherish, good to hear from you. How are you settling in?
Very well, thanks, although I miss everyone a lot.
I'm sure you do. Give it some time. Things will get easier. I'll get Florence for you.
Thanks, Carter.
She's here somewhere. Wait 1 moment.
Okay.
As Cherish waited for Florence, she thought about her recent conversation with her mother. Then her thoughts drifted to Levi. She started to tear up at the thought of him. He couldn't be at her wedding, although she knew he was watching from above. He would be so happy for her now, living with her own family on the farm. She closed her eyes and said a prayer. She felt at that moment that Levi was watching over her and her mother.
Cherish, how are you? Florence, I'm well. Mom told me you're pregnant. Congratulations.
Thank you, Florence giggled.
I suppose you're hoping for a boy, are you?
We don't care. We'll be happy with whatever God gives us. Cherish knew that Carter would have never made that comment about God. It was well known amongst the family that Carter didn't believe in God.
You should have told me when you found out.
We wanted to keep it quiet for a while. I was going to call and tell you, but I didn't want to interrupt you in your first few weeks of wedded bliss. Cherish laughed.
You still should have told me.
I'm sorry.
How is everything there?
Everything's fine here. Nothing new. How are you settling into married life?
I love it.
Cherish smiled.
It's everything I'd imagined it would be. Although,
what is it?
I'm a tiny bit homesick. I was so eager to get to the farm for so long. I didn't realize how much I loved my life there.
Ah, yes. How does the saying go? The grass is always greener on the other side? Cherish said.
It's true. It's only Malachi and me here. It's far too quiet.
Florence laughed. Enjoy it while you can. I'm sure it won't be long before you've got children of your own running around the place. You'll never get any peace then. Trust me. You won't even get 1 minute to yourself. Cherish laughed.
I hope so. We've decided to plant apple trees here on the farm, around the meadow.
Oh, what a lovely idea.
I was wondering if you could send me some graftings.
Of course. What kind do you want?
Oh, I'm not sure. I like them all.
Leave it with me. I'll get 6 sent there. Will that be enough?
Plenty. Thanks, Florence. How is Mom? I talked with her recently, but she had Ada with her. And besides, I don't think she'd tell me if she wasn't doing well.
She's fine. She's always doing things when we go over there.
That's good.
She and Carter have become much closer since you've been gone.
She told me that. She said you and he have been helping her.
I'm surprised she allowed us to do anything. She and Carter are healing old wounds, and things are looking up. He's helping her with banking and that kind of thing. Cherish smiled to herself.
That's wonderful.
We're making sure she's not lonely, so don't worry about that.
Thanks, Florence. I better go. I'm so excited about the baby.
We are too. Thanks for the call.
I'll call you again soon,
Cherish said. Sounds good. Miss you.
I miss you too.
Cherish hung up the phone's receiver and then walked back to Malachi. She was so relieved that everyone was taking care of Mom. Chapter 19. The next day, Cherish stood in the kitchen preparing lunch while Malachi was outside with Wally and Caramel. Today, Cherish was making spaghetti with rice and pinto beans. She wondered if there was something she could do on the farm to remember Levi. He'd been on her mind lately. Malachi would probably have some ideas. Once she had the spaghetti in the boiling water, she went to set the table, and her gaze fell on Aunt Dagmar's boxes. She walked over and took a closer look at what was there. Under some old receipts from the local animal food store, she spotted a notebook. She picked it up and sat down to flip through it. Dagmar was using this book as a diary or a journal. She had dates at the top and around 1 page for each entry, but some of the dates were a few weeks apart. Cherish thumbed through and read an entry in the middle of the book. I feel bad. Christina wrote to me asking if I knew anything about the family that took her baby girl, and I said I didn't know. May God forgive me. I don't even know if her new family will tell the child she is adopted. Cherish dropped the book. Christina? Was this her half-brother Mark's wife? Cherish had heard Christina had given a child up for adoption just before marrying Mark. It was a secret that Christina had gotten pregnant during her Rumspringa. It had to be her sister-in-law. She didn't know of any other Christina, so it was too much of a coincidence for there to be another Christina who'd also given up a baby. Cherish's stomach churned. Cherish reread the passage. It was clear Dagmar knew where the baby was. Cherish's first instinct was to dash to the phone and tell Christina what she knew, but the problem was she didn't know anything except that Dagmar knew. Now Dagmar was gone, had the truth died with her? If Christina found out about the journal entry, it could open old wounds, and she was so happy now that she and Mark finally had twins. The water on the stove boiled over, and Cherish ran to turn off the gas. She then sat back down, thumbed through the rest of Dagmar's book, and found no other reference to Christina or the baby. Cherish looked through the other box, but there were no more notebooks, only more yellowed receipts. All Cherish could do was forget about it for now and finish making the meal. Cherish set the table when the food was cooked, arranging wild rice and greens in the center and a few pots of sauce on the sides. Then she walked out the back door to call out to Malachi. She saw him in the distance by the barn. She waved her arms in the air until he looked up and waved back. Then she waited by the door as he finished his task and walked toward the house. She looked behind him and saw Wally and Caramel following. She frowned when she looked closer at Caramel. He was limping. She quickly ran toward him. Suddenly, Wally flapped his wings and then pecked at Caramel.
Malachi, he's limping! It looks as though Wally has been pecking at him.
Malachi's mouth turned down at the corners. Caramel must have done something to him. Cherish shook her head.
He didn't.
How do you know? You've been in the house. Cherish sighed as they walked inside. She would have to keep Wally and Caramel separate for a while, which wouldn't be easy. All Caramel wanted to do lately was run in the fields and follow Wally and Malachi. Cherish and Malachi sat at the dining room table and ate lunch as Wally lay in his bed, and Caramel sat at Cherish's feet. Cherish watched as Malachi twirled his fork through the spaghetti and placed it in his mouth, closing his eyes to take in all the flavors. She was tempted to tell him what she'd found in Dagmar's notebook, but something told her to keep quiet. You've outdone yourself again. This is delicious. Cherish was delighted he loved her food.
I was thinking, I wanted to do something around the farm to remember Levi. I'm not sure what, though. Do you have any ideas?
Malachi was quiet for a moment. We could buy another horse and call him Levi. Cherish wasn't keen on the idea.
I'm not sure.
We could create a gravestone by the apple trees that we're going to plant in the meadow. How about that? Cherish thought for a moment before shaking her head.
I don't want our children seeing a gravestone where they play.
Malachi agreed. Cherish suggested,
what about if we sit in the living room and do a Bible reading every night like Levi used to do? We could keep doing that when our children arrive. That would remind me of him.
I think that's a great idea. Cherish smiled as she ate her spaghetti. After finishing lunch, Malachi returned to work on the farm while Cherish cleaned the dishes. Cherish felt sorry for Caramel as he sat at the door whining to go out with Wally and Malachi. Now that they were out of the house, she let Timmy and Tommy out of their cage to fly around. That would keep Caramel entertained, too. He'd learned that he couldn't chase the birds. She opened the cage door and let them fly out on their own. Caramel barked as he followed them around the kitchen. When Cherish had finished with the dishes, she looked out the back window, unsure of what she would do for the rest of the afternoon. She had already finished her chores for the day. She could relax on the front porch and read a book, but she felt guilty. She was used to being non-stop at the orchard, with people to clean up after and things to do every single minute, from cleaning windows to making Ada steaming hot cups of tea. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Cherish wiped her hands on her apron before walking to see who it was. A tall, handsome man stood before her when she opened the door. He wore a black-brimmed hat and a white shirt tucked neatly into his pants. He was familiar. You must be Cherish. He stuck his hand out for Cherish to shake. Cherish frowned as she shook his hand.
Nice to meet you. And you are?
I'm Jed.
Hi, Jed. What can I do for you?
Cherish asked, wondering if he was a new member of their community come to introduce himself. I said, I'm Jed. He frowned when Cherish made no response. Hasn't Malachi mentioned me? Cherish shook her head.
I don't think so. You know Malachi?
I sure do. I'm Malachi's eldest brother. Chapter 20. Cherish leaned against the door frame to hold herself up. Her legs had gone weak with the shock of Malachi's brother showing up at their house. All she'd known of his family besides Bishop Zachariah, his uncle, was that he had 4 older brothers, a mother, and a father. She couldn't believe she had a real live brother-in-law standing on their front porch. He looked like a clean-cut version of Malachi. They shared the same dark eyes and face shape.
Oh, it's so lovely to meet you. Please come in.
Cherish moved aside, and Jed walked through the front door. Cherish watched as he took his hat off and looked around the house.
Nice house. It seems our little brother has come down in the world. We thought he'd live in some grand place, but he chooses to live simplistically.
She was getting an inkling of why Malachi didn't get along with his brothers. Wasn't the house good enough? The house was large and more than adequate. He was talking as though it was a falling-down shack.
We're happy here. It suits us.
Cherish walked into the kitchen, and Jed followed.
Malachi's outside. I'll wave him in. Please, take a seat.
Cherish opened the back door and stepped outside. When Malachi looked up, she waved him over. When Malachi waved back, she turned around and went back inside. She covered her mouth in shock at the sight of Jed sitting at the table with Timmy and Tommy on his shoulders.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to put them back in their cage.
Cherish walked over and picked up the birds, placing them back inside their cage. Jed laughed.
It's not a bother. Our family is very fond of birds. Except for Malachi, of course. He was never fond of winged creatures.
He leaned down in his chair and patted Caramel.
Nice dog.
Thank you. I like him. Would you like tea or coffee? Can I offer you anything to eat?
Coffee would be fine, thank you, if you have it.
Cherish placed the kettle on to boil, then pulled out the cookies. When the kettle had boiled, she put the cookies in front of Jed and poured him a cup of coffee.
Thank you. These look delicious.
Jed picked up a cookie and took a large bite. Suddenly, Malachi walked through the back door. When Malachi saw his brother, he froze on the spot.
What are you doing here?
Jed stood up.
Not even a hello for your eldest brother?
Jed walked over to Malachi and pulled him in for a hug. Malachi didn't hug him back. He just stood there like a statue frozen in time.
I've made us all some coffee. Come and sit down,
Cherish said as she sat at the table. As Malachi and Jed took their seats, Wally sat down in his bed next to Caramel. Jed laughed.
Nice goose.
Malachi looked at Wally lying there.
Yes, he's a goose.
Jed laughed again.
You haven't changed a bit. Still as strange as ever. I was just telling your lovely wife that you didn't like anything with wings, and now you make a liar out of me. Why are you here, Jed?
Malachi was visibly annoyed by his brother's visit.
I've come to meet your wife, of course. Oh, and congratulations to the both of you on your nuptials.
Cherish smiled politely at Jed.
Thank you from both of us.
Jed continued.
We were all a bit upset, especially Ma and Pa, when we found out you'd gotten married without telling us. They were welcome to come.
Malachi took a sip of his coffee.
I never said anyone couldn't come to our wedding.
That's right, Cherish agreed. But we had to have it at the orchard, and it was probably too far for many people to come.
That would have been difficult when we didn't even know about it. Or were you afraid Cherish would leave you for one of us, Malachi?
Jed sat back in his chair, laughing loudly. Malachi's face went bright red. Cherish had never seen him like this before. Jed was loud and boisterous, and Malachi was quiet and reserved. But still, she didn't see how it was just cause to cut his whole family off. She used to get frustrated with Favor and her other sisters all the time.
That's just how siblings were. The fast wedding was my fault. I'm sorry. My mother insisted on it.
Jed's mouth fell open. Oh, then you're expecting? I had no idea. Congratulations to the both of you. Hey, I'll be an uncle.
Cherish gasped. No! Malachi's jaw clenched.
That's a dreadful thing to say. You think we had to get married? Well, naturally, I assumed it when you said it was a fast wedding. Why else have a fast wedding? There's usually only one reason. He winked at Cherish, and Cherish looked away.
Malachi jumped to his feet.
Don't come here with that kind of talk. Not in front of my wife. Calm down, brother. You're still so serious about everything. It won't kill you to lighten up a bit.
Jed shook his head. It's okay, Cherish said to her husband, trying to calm him. Malachi sat back down.
I'm fine.
So, how long are you staying for, Jed? Cherish asked.
I'm not sure. A few more weeks, maybe. More weeks, did you say?
Malachi frowned. Will you be staying here? Cherish asked.
No, he won't. Did you say more weeks? Malachi asked again. Jed smirked. I've been staying with Ruth next door for the past couple of weeks. I helped her take care of the farm while you were visiting Cherish.
Malachi looked at Cherish. They were shocked.
Ruth never mentioned it,
Malachi said. Cherish could tell that he wasn't happy.
I asked her to keep it quiet for a while. I just wanted to let you know that our folks are worried about you. What were you thinking about when you got married without telling them? You broke Ma's heart. It's time to get in touch with them, brother.
Malachi looked at Cherish, and she didn't know what to say. Jed barely drew a breath when he started talking again.
We miss you. Life is too short to hold silly grudges, and many years have already been lost. Everyone wants to meet your lovely wife.
Cherish smiled and nodded at Jed. She agreed with him about life being short. Malachi might never have lost anyone close to him, so he wouldn't completely understand. Malachi shook his head.
No, I've done just fine without all of you. I don't need the aggravation.
Jed sighed.
Times have changed. Our parents aren't getting any younger. Think about it. Jed stood up. I'd better get back. Ruth will have found some more jobs for me by now. It was a pleasure to meet you, Cherish. Thanks for the coffee.
You too. Cherish stood up and walked Jed to the front door. After Jed left, Cherish walked over to Malachi and sat back down. Are you okay?
No. I'm sorry for what he said to you about our rushed marriage.
Don't worry about that. I'm sure he didn't mean anything bad by it.
He did. I wonder why Ruth kept that from me, Malachi said. She's our friend, not his. She barely knows him.
Cherish shrugged her shoulders. Maybe he asked her not to say anything.
That's what he said, but still.
Malachi sat there, staring straight ahead. He seemed like he wanted to make amends for whatever happened in the past. When Malachi didn't say anything, Cherish stood up and cleared the table, placing the dirty dishes into the sink. She felt for Malachi, but she didn't understand what the big deal was. She understood where Jed was coming from. She felt awful that she hadn't done more to insist Malachi invite his family to the wedding. But she wasn't to know the situation. Also, Cherish felt for his poor mother, who had worried about him for all those years. Chapter 21. Malachi had been hoping Ruth would come to their house and explain why she'd been so secretive about his brother staying at her place. He didn't even know how they knew each other. Since Ruth hadn't come to them,
Malachi decided it was time to go to her place and have a word with her. Cherish insisted on going with him.
You never got on with Ruth for so long, and now you do. I don't want you to ruin that, Cherish cautioned him.
I'm not going to ruin anything, but Jed has probably filled her head with lies about me.
She didn't seem any different the other day. I think you might be wrong about that. You've been acting different since Jed showed up.
It was unexpected. I never asked him to come here. He's a manipulator. Why else would he be here but to cause trouble for me? Finally, I have everything perfect in my life, and then he goes and ruins everything.
Maybe he's just here to see you. He might have missed you.
Malachi didn't say anything. They were at Ruth's place minutes later, walking up to her front door.
You're not mad with Ruth, are you?
Cherish asked as they waited for her to answer. Malachi shook his head. No, I want to get to the bottom of what's going on. Cherish noticed Malachi seemed nervous. Perhaps he was afraid of running into his brother again. Ruth opened the door.
Cherish, Malachi. What a surprise to see both of you. I'm not used to this. Please, come in.
Thank you, Malachi said.
Come into the kitchen. You're just in time if you can wait a few minutes. I've made another pumpkin cake. I want Jed to try it since you two liked it so much.
He's still around?
Malachi asked.
Yes. Why wouldn't he be? The kettle has just boiled. Would you like tea or coffee? Tea, thank you.
Cherish sat down.
I'll have the same. Thank you, Ruth.
Ruth poured them each a cup of tea and then sat with them at the kitchen table. Malachi looked around the room, then stood up and moved to the window.
Jed's not here?
Not in the house. He's out in the stables where he's been staying.
Cherish thought back to the other day, when she was certain she saw someone out of the corner of her eye. It must have been Jed. He was hiding from them.
Why didn't you tell me he was here?
Malachi sat down and took a sip of his tea.
He told me not to. He wanted to surprise you.
Ruth scooped a teaspoonful of sugar into her tea and mixed it around.
Oh, that makes sense,
Cherish said, hoping Malachi would calm down.
He's been a great help. That brother of yours is a kind man. He took great care of the farm while you were away.
Malachi frowned.
I had no idea he'd be on my farm while I was away.
Cherish gently touched his arm.
Our farm.
That's what I meant.
He looked back at Ruth.
How did you two meet each other?
He came here thinking it was your farm. I explained you were on the farm up the road. Even though it's only next door, your farm is so large that it's more understandable for people to say it's up the road, don't you think?
Malachi frowned.
How many people come here and ask about me?
Just Jed so far.
Cherish touched Malachi's arm again, hoping he'd calm down. He was all wound up.
Jed came here looking for me, so why did he stay here and not come to my place?
Because we started talking. I discovered that you two didn't really get along, but he wanted that to change. Then Jed asked if I needed any work done around the place. He was only here for a day or two before you had the idea to go to the farm and surprise Cherish.
He's been here that long?
Malachi asked.
How much longer is he staying?
He didn't say.
Ruth looked at Malachi.
Why aren't you happy with your brother?
Both Cherish and Ruth stared at Malachi. It seemed Cherish wasn't the only one able to pick up Malachi's disapproval of the situation. Malachi shook his head and took another sip of tea.
No reason.
Ruth looked at Cherish, who shrugged her shoulders.
He'll be in shortly for lunch. I cooked a special roast beef today out of the meat you get from the cans. I call it mock beef. Would you like to stay?
Cherish looked at Malachi. He quickly drank his tea down and stood up.
Thanks for the offer, Ruth, but we've got a few errands to run today. We better get back to it, Cherish.
Oh, yes, of course.
Cherish drank the rest of her tea and stood up.
Suit yourself. I'll tell him you stopped by. Thanks for the tea, Ruth. We'll see you soon. Cherish walked to the front door, following Malachi. As they drove home in the buggy, Malachi was quiet again. Cherish wanted to ask him more questions, but she didn't want to pry. She didn't want to be in a marriage with secrets, or where her husband didn't confide in her. Her thoughts drifted to the farm finances and him giving livestock away. He wasn't being truthful about how they were making money either. "Malachi," she said. Malachi stayed staring ahead as he drove.
Yes?
"How does the farm make money?" Malachi frowned.
You still wondering about that?
"Yes." Malachi paused before replying.
We sell animals sometimes, and vegetables from the garden.
Cherish frowned. She recalled the week before when Malachi had declined money for the piglets. She also knew the vegetables didn't bring in that much money, not the tiny amount they were growing. In the summer, Aunt Dagmar grew more vegetables and sometimes sold them out the front of the house to passers-by, but it never brought in much money.
I've got a bit of cash saved up. We'll be fine running the farm as I've been running it. Just trust me.
I do trust you. I need to know what's going on. I know you don't feel comfortable opening up to me, but the last thing I want is a marriage filled with secrets. Cherish stared at Malachi when he remained silent. She hoped that what she said was enough to make him think about things. Cherish could see that Malachi was tense, so she decided to leave him be for now. He would come to her when he felt ready. It was late afternoon when Cherish and Malachi arrived home. As they pulled into the driveway, they saw a strange buggy parked right near the house outside the front door. Cherish looked at Malachi and frowned. "Who could that be?"
I'm not sure,
Malachi said. After Malachi parked the buggy, they got out and walked up to the front porch, glancing inside the buggy as they walked by. No one was inside. Just then, they heard laughter coming from the back of the house. Together, they walked around the side of the house. When they were in the backyard, Cherish stood there, shocked. Chapter 22. Cherish looked over at Malachi. She couldn't believe that Favor and Simon were there on her farm. Favor was running around with Caramel, and Simon was crouched down with Wally.
Did you know they were coming?
No. Cherish ran to Favor. When Favor looked up and saw Cherish, she ran over and threw her arms around her, almost bowling her over. Cherish laughed. "What are you doing here?" Favor released Cherish from her arms as Simon moved over to them. "We've come to see the land for sale." Favor hung on to Simon's arm.
I'm sorry we showed up unannounced.
Simon scratched his neck.
Favor gave me the impression she had arranged everything until we were nearly here.
"Surprise!" Favor screamed. Cherish laughed and looked at Malachi for his response. He stood there as calm as ever, smiling at them. It seemed he liked her family, just not his own.
It's a pleasure to have you here. How long can you stay?
Malachi asked. "A couple of days, if that's all right with you." Favor smiled at Cherish. "Of course it is. You're always welcome here." Cherish looked around for Harriet and Melvin, but couldn't see them anywhere. "Did you come by yourselves?" Favor was smiling from ear to ear as she nodded. "Can you believe it? Our first time alone as husband and wife, totally by ourselves." Cherish was shocked that Simon and Favor had gotten away from Simon's parents. Perhaps they had a better chance of moving there than she had initially thought.
Tomorrow we can go see the bishop and he can take us to see the land. He's handling the deal for the owner,
Malachi said. "I thought the owner was dead," Favor said. "No, I don't think so. He just doesn't need the land anymore. Isn't that right, Malachi?" Cherish asked.
That's right.
"I'd love to see it," Simon said. "I can't wait. I hope there's some land still available. We got here as soon as we could."
I'm pretty sure there is land left,
Malachi assured him. "Let's get you inside and unpacked. You must be tired from the trip."
Cherish linked arms with Favor, and together they walked to the house.
"I'll get the bags,"
Simon yelled as he headed back to his buggy. Malachi walked beside him.
"I'll help you with that."
As Simon and Favor unpacked their bags, Cherish cooked dinner while Malachi fed the animals. Cherish was happy that she had more than 2 people in the house. God willing, her sister would move into the area and keep her company. It would be more like home. Later that night, they sat around the table, their heads bowed, saying their silent prayer before starting their meal. Once everyone's eyes were open, Cherish looked at her guests.
I think I'm still in shock to see you both. I wasn't sure if you would make it. I wasn't sure myself, but I've talked Simon into the land if the price is right.
Favor smiled as she served the food onto her plate.
"Anything to make you happy, Favor."
Simon loaded mashed potatoes onto his plate. Cherish looked at Malachi. She couldn't tell if Malachi was happy or not. It seemed like he was deep in thought about something.
So, what have you been up to here?
Favor asked, snapping Cherish from her thoughts.
"The place looks great," Simon said. "I see you did some renovations, Malachi." "Not really renovations. Just fixed up some old holes that needed fixin' and painted the rooms."
It looks like a completely new house. You've done well, Favor acknowledged.
"Thank you."
Have you both seen the land?
Favor asked Malachi and Cherish. Malachi nodded.
"It's just land. Not much to see. But my uncle speaks highly of it."
Oh, I'm so excited to see it.
Favor took a sip of water.
So, what do you guys do around here for fun?
They just stayed at the farm and cared for the animals, which was fun for them. Cherish answered,
We take walks out the back, near the pond. Then there's the stream beyond that. It's so beautiful there. There are ducks and other water birds.
Favor looked at Cherish excitedly.
I must see them. Will your parents let you move here, Simon?
Favor frowned at Cherish.
Oh, Cherish, he's a grown man, capable of choosing where he lives. It's not up to his parents.
Simon put his fork down and paused for a moment.
"It'll take a lot of thought about things. The issue is, there's a lot of work to get through every day, and I don't know if Pa can do it all by himself."
He can get someone else to help, Favor said.
"I know, but they work so hard for me. They want to have something to leave me."
We have talked about this a lot, Cherish. Simon feels he has to stay there for them, and I can understand that, but I'm not happy there, so that's how things are.
"There's your answer, then," Malachi said.
Simon looked up from his food.
"You'd go against what your parents want, Malachi?" "I would. I left home long ago. I think I've spent a lifetime doing what I want. I was never close with my parents like you are. I'll never know what that's like."
Favor butted in.
That all needs to change. It would be best if you considered Cherish now, Malachi. She'll want to meet them, even if you're not close. She was upset they weren't at the wedding. Maybe she'll want to be close with your folks.
Malachi was quiet for a moment. "I do consider Cherish."
"Hey, your folks weren't at your wedding, Malachi? Come to think of it, I haven't met any of your family," Simon said.
You'll meet the bishop tomorrow.
Cherish felt she had to cover for him in some way.
His brother's staying next door with Ruth. Next door? Why isn't he staying here? Favor asked.
"Jed's helping Ruth," Malachi said. "He's my oldest brother. I have 4 of them."
Great! I can't wait to meet him. Is he like you, Malachi?
Favor smiled at him.
"I guess he's a bit like me in looks, but not in personality."
Cherish sensed Malachi was getting uncomfortable, so she changed the conversation.
I hope when you see the land tomorrow, Simon, it will end all your hesitation.
He gave a nod.
"I hope my folks will be all right with it."
They'll have to be, Favor snapped.
After that, all talk of land ended for the night. When it was time for the washing up, Cherish banished the men to the living room so she could spend some time with Favor. They talked about how excited they were for Florence and Carter to have a second child. And then they gossiped about the surprising news from home about Fritz and Debbie. That evening, Malachi and Cherish lay in bed while Malachi read Cherish chapters of his Bible. They weren't reading in the living room, but that was hard to do now they had visitors. She listened to Malachi's voice and felt his heart beating as she lay her head on his chest. Her thoughts drifted to Favor. She couldn't believe they had shown up at the farm. She was so excited and happy, but she wondered if Favor and Simon showing up had bothered Malachi. After all, his brother was still in town. Malachi hadn't been in the best mood since Jed had showed up, but maybe Favor and Simon would be a good distraction. "Malachi?" she whispered as she looked up at him. Malachi stopped reading and looked at her. "Yes?" "Does it bother you that Favor and Simon are here?" Malachi frowned. "Nah, it's fine. I don't mind. It's good to see you so happy. I know how you miss everyone." "Really?" she asked. Malachi closed his Bible. "Of course." "That's sweet of you." Malachi smiled as he stroked her cheek. "I hope they move here. I get along with Simon. That is, as long as—" Malachi paused for a moment. "What?" Cherish asked. "As long as his parents don't move with them." Cherish laughed and slapped his chest playfully. "I was shocked to see them here without Harriet and Melvin. That is a real step forward." "I'm sure that wasn't easy for anyone." "It is a true miracle," Cherish said. "It really is. I wonder if we'll be overprotective like that with our children," Malachi said. "I don't think so. Stop me if I ever become like Harriet. I will look after my children, and I will set them free when they grow up. Free to make their own choices in life. It'll be their life to live, not mine." Malachi chuckled. "I might have to remind you of that one day." "I don't think you will. This is how I've always thought." "Someday, when we have children, we'll name the firstborn after you," he said, kissing her on her forehead. "If it's a girl." "And what about the second-born?" she asked. "Well, we'll let God decide that one," he said with a smile as he lowered his head to kiss her again. Chapter 23. The following day, Cherish and Malachi tended to the animals. Cherish milked a cow outside while Malachi fed the pigs. Cherish looked up and saw Favor and Simon walking toward her. Simon waved to Cherish as he walked past her to meet Malachi. "Morning," Cherish said to Favor. "Good morning." Favor dragged another stool over from the side of the barn and sat beside Cherish. "I'm glad I don't have to milk a cow for a few days. Harriet likes to make me do it, and then she tells me all the ways I'm doing it wrong." Cherish smiled. "Harriet is still harsh on you?" Favor nodded. "Yes. My fingers hurt every day from milking cows. It's such a thankless task." Cherish laughed. "I've been meaning to ask, how did you manage to come here without Simon's parents?" Favor shrugged. "I think Simon's starting to see how unhappy I am there." "Was he sad to come without them?" "I don't know, but he shouldn't be." "Oh, Cherish, it's so good to see you. I will be so happy if we finally live close to each other like we talked about when we were little." "I know. It's been hard for me to adjust to the quiet here. I've learned that I enjoy having a house full of family, friends, and people stopping by every few minutes." Favor sighed. "Me too. I feel so alone back home. It makes you miss the orchard, doesn't it?" Cherish nodded. "More so than I imagined." "How do you think Mom really is?" "I spoke with her the other day. She sounded well. Have you spoken with her?" "Yeah, I try to call at least once a week, now that you're gone and Levi's gone." Cherish and Favor sat silently, thinking about Levi for a few moments. "It sounds like Carter has been coming over more often. I think it's good for them to bond more." Favor smiled. "Mom would love that. She needs people to lean on.
It's only natural that she's turned to him. She does. I think she always felt guilty about giving Carter up. Me too. Favor patted Cherish on the back. You see, she said, everything happens for a reason. You leaving the orchard might have caused her and Carter to become closer.
Cherish thought for a moment and then smiled. She felt in her heart that what Favor had said was true.
I hope God plans on letting Harriet allow you to move here.
Favor waved her hand in the air.
I don't need God's help for that. Well, I do. I shouldn't say that. God helps me every day. I've already convinced Simon, and if he's not happy when he sees the land today, I'll convince him another way. I decided I can't live with Harriet for much longer.
Cherish could tell Favor was frustrated at the situation, and she understood. It was a miracle that Favor had lasted as long as she had. After dropping the buckets of milk in the barn for Malachi to transfer into jars, she and Favor walked up to the house to prepare breakfast. Cherish scrambled eggs as Favor sliced and buttered bread.
I hope Simon likes the property today, Cherish said. It matters whether I like it or not.
Cherish burst out laughing until she saw that Favor was serious. Favor added,
He will love it, or he will grow to love it.
Cherish was glad Favor felt confident, but she didn't feel so sure herself. She knew it would still be difficult for Simon to leave his parents. It couldn't have been just Harriet. She had the apron strings, but it was Simon who was holding on to them.
What's the landscape like? Is there much greenery? Is it flat or hilly? Favor asked. It's fairly flat, I think. I've met the couple who bought the land next to you. They're Emma and Zeke. I think you'll get along great. I'll have them over while you're here. That sounds great. That will help. We must do everything we can to convince Simon that this is the right move for us.
Chapter 24. The men finished breakfast, and Malachi headed outside to hitch the horse to the buggy.
Hey, Favor, can I talk to you for a second? Simon asked.
Sure,
Favor responded. When they were outside, Favor looked up at Simon.
What's up?
Look, I'm not totally happy about this potential move.
Simon folded his arms and leaned against the side of the house.
I know. I don't want you to move away from your parents either, Favor said. I don't want you to be sad. But we must do what we think is best for us long term.
That's just it. You're not thinking about what's best for us. You're thinking about what's best for you. What about me?
Simon pointed to himself.
Look, if we don't buy this land, we won't have a home. We'll be homeless because I won't stay with your parents.
Favor pressed her lips together tightly. Simon stood up straight.
So you're saying we have no other option?
Let's just see the place first, and then talk after.
Simon nodded.
Okay.
Soon they were all in Malachi's buggy, driving past the middle of town. Cherish showed Favor the shop and the hardware store as they drove past. When they arrived at the bishop's house, Malachi secured the buggy, and they all made their way to the front door. Favor looked up at the house in amazement.
The houses are so cute here, Cherish.
Cherish smiled.
They remind me of the houses back home. They do.
Before they reached the front door, the bishop's children ran outside, laughing and screaming. Then Leonie, the bishop's wife, came out after them. Welcome, Malachi, Cherish. So lovely to see you.
Aunt Leonie, Malachi said. This is Simon and Favor Koppel, Cherish's sister and brother-in-law.
How lovely to meet you both. Please come in. Bishop Zachariah is in the living room. They followed Leonie through the front door and into the living room, where Bishop Zachariah sat.
Uncle Zachariah, I'd like to introduce you to Cherish's sister and brother-in-law, Favor and Simon Koppel, Malachi said. It's lovely to meet you both. Welcome to the community. Thank you.
Simon leaned over and shook his hand. Leonie excused herself to make refreshments for everyone.
We've come to see the land for sale,
Favor blurted out. The bishop raised his eyebrows. Really? That's wonderful! It's a great opportunity for young couples like yourselves. Buying this land at this price at your age will set you up for life. Favor looked at Simon. He looked impressed at what the bishop had said. How many acres is the land? Simon asked. Each block is 10 acres. Cherish saw that Simon seemed a little concerned. She knew 10 acres wasn't enough for sheep. And how much are they? Simon asked. We can see the land today, then talk numbers. I think you will be pleasantly surprised. It's an offer I wouldn't miss if I were in your position. Favor smiled again at Simon as she hung onto his arm. Simon looked down at her and returned her smile. It seemed that Simon was warming to the idea. Here are some pictures of the houses for sale. Or would you build your own? Favor answered, We would go the quickest way. That would be to buy an existing house, and then we could alter it later. Yes, many of these houses would need repairs. They're all old. The bishop leaned over and picked up some photos from the end of the table. Then he handed it to Simon and Favor. They flipped through the pages, studying the photos of the houses. Oh, Simon, I love this one. It's pale blue and so cute. Simon looked at the price at the bottom of the house. Wow, that's cheap. A house like this would be worth almost 3 times as much back home. How much for delivery? He looked up at the bishop. That price includes the truck bringing it here. Where are you living now? The bishop asked. We live with Simon's parents on their sheep farm. It's about a day's trip in the buggy. And you'd like to be closer to your sister, Favor? Favor nodded excitedly. Yes, and I'm not that fond of sheep, to tell you the truth. The bishop laughed and then asked, What kind of farm would you be thinking of starting? Simon and Favor looked at each other. Favor realized they hadn't talked about that yet. I would have thought we'd start our own sheep farm here. Keep traditions going. Simon looked at Favor. But we can't do that on 10 acres. We'd have to think about it. We could keep some sheep as pets if you want, Favor suggested. Simon laughed. I don't need sheep in my life. We'll think of something else to farm. Maybe my father will have some good ideas. Or your mother. She's always got plenty of ideas, Favor said. Plenty to say about everything. Yes, she does, Simon agreed. The bishop's wife served them tea and cake. On the way to see the land, Favor leaned over the back seat. I'm so excited. I've always loved it here. I can't believe we will be so close to each other, Cherish. We haven't seen the land yet, Favor. Don't get too excited. Simon patted her shoulder. Favor rolled her eyes. Cherish was amused by Favor and Simon's relationship. Favor hadn't changed a bit. She was still as headstrong as ever. When they arrived, Favor and Simon seemed impressed by the view. The grass was a vibrant green, and there were distant hills. They drove to the bottom of a hill, and Malachi parked his buggy behind the bishop's. Then they got out and met the bishop. This is the outlook, he said. I think this is the best parcel of land. You could build your house here, or place the house here, depending on which way you want to go. All of this you see will be your land down to the road. Then he pointed out where the boundaries were. Your neighbors currently both live on that side of you, but with that large clump of trees, you can't even see their houses, as you can tell. I can see this working for us, Favor said. If we build our house here, the view would be amazing. The bishop smiled as he nodded. Precisely. Then Simon and the bishop talked further about prices. Simon looked over at Favor. I'll need to discuss it with my parents. Favor sighed. This opportunity is too good to miss, Simon. I'll let my parents know. I want to get their opinion. I think they will see it as a good opportunity for us. Cherish looked at Favor, who was frowning at Simon. I wouldn't leave it too long. There's a lot of interest from the communities around here. Word is spreading fast, the bishop said. Favor nudged Simon. Did you hear that? Simon nodded. I will speak to them when we get back. The bishop rubbed his beard. It might be gone by then. I'll tell you what. I can hold off on showing people this particular block for a week, if you'd like.
That would be wonderful. Thank you, Favor said.
As they drove back, Favor prayed that her dream would come true.
So, what do you think? Malachi asked.
I love it,
Favor exclaimed. Simon didn't look so sure.
It's a bargain. I can't deny it. We will have to speak with my parents first, though. It won't be easy for them if we move so far away.
You won't mind once we have children of our own and our own house. That excites you, doesn't it, Simon?
I mean, sure, but we already have a home.
Yes, but this will be ours together, not your parents'. Plus, we'll be close to Cherish and Malachi. And you know it's always been Cherish's and my dream to live close to one another.
Simon sighed. I can't deny it. It's a great deal.
Cherish was happy they liked the land and hoped everything would work out for the best.
You liked it, didn't you, Malachi?
Favor asked. Malachi nodded.
It's beautiful. I can see why you're so excited about it. I hope my parents like the idea of us getting a new start.
She smiled at him.
You're sure you liked it?
I did.
Favor put her hand on her forehead.
I feel like I could be coming down with something.
Cherish turned around from the front seat to look at her.
Are you okay? I'm fine, Cherish. I'll be fine. It's just that so many things are happening.
Cherish reached over and put her hand on Favor's forehead.
You're hot. You have a slight fever. You should rest. I will.
Favor put her head on Simon's shoulder and closed her eyes. Chapter 25. The next day, Cherish invited Annie, her old friend, and her new friend Emma to meet with Favor. Once they arrived, they sat together in the living room while their husbands stayed outside with Malachi. Emma had brought freshly baked cupcakes with cream frosting. Cherish picked up a cupcake and took a big bite out of it. The cream frosting oozed out, covering her face and making the women laugh at her.
Don't mind Cherish, Favor said. She's always been a chubby kid inside. I've never met anyone with a sweet tooth like hers.
Emma laughed. I'm glad you like them. I'll remember that. I love to bake. I've always got some sort of baked goods around the house. I bake every day except on Sundays.
They're delicious.
Cherish wiped her mouth with a napkin.
You know, Favor and her husband looked at the property next to your farm yesterday, Cherish said.
Emma raised her eyebrows. You did? Favor nodded.
Oh, yes, we love it.
So you're moving here then? Annie asked as she sipped her tea.
We're still in the planning phase, Favor explained, but hopefully soon. There's just one little obstacle back home we must take care of first.
We'd have so much fun if you lived here, Favor, Emma smiled. So, Favor, do you think it'll happen? Annie asked. I hope it does, Emma said.
I hope so too. More than anything, I want to make it happen, Favor said.
I'm glad to hear it. We're all newlyweds. I'm happy to have met such lovely friends here. Emma took a bite of her cupcake. Annie agreed. It's wonderful that you finally moved here, Cherish. It'll be so good if your sister moves here too. Cherish nodded as she wiped her mouth with a napkin.
I'm enjoying it here. I think it will take me a while to get used to the lack of people, though. That's why I'd love to have Favor here. That's because we grew up with people around us all the time.
Favor sipped her tea and then explained.
We grew up on an apple orchard. We have 4 other sisters, 1 half-sister, and 2 half-brothers. Don't forget Bliss. She's our stepsister. Then Favor's pen pal came to live with us years ago, and she never left. Except for a little bit, but then she came back.
Emma said, We should try to get together more often, the 4 of us. Cherish's eyes widened.
I'd love that.
Oh, maybe I should make a small gingerbread house next week for us. It won't be anything fancy, Annie said enthusiastically.
That sounds nice, Cherish replied, and forced a smile, even though she found gingerbread houses annoying for some reason. A gingerbread house? How cute, Emma exclaimed. Oh, yes. My mother and I are passionate about them. They go into great detail, Favor added. They enter them in shows and everything. We made one for your wedding, didn't we, Cherish? Cherish laughed as she recalled the cake Annie had brought to her wedding. Yes, it was amazing. It had Malachi and me and Wally and Caramel on it in candy. I just wished we could have kept it forever. People started eating it. It was a hungry crowd that day. And I made 5 future children for her as well. All made out of candy, Annie said proudly. That's right. How could I forget my future children? Cherish smiled at Annie. Emma giggled. How cute. I can't wait to see your gingerbread houses, Annie. Cherish said, Emma loves to quilt. I was telling her about Crystal's shop. Favor said, Oh, it's wonderful. She has become an amazing quilter, too, so Cherish tells me. I haven't really seen that for myself, though. So, what else is there to do around here? Favor asked. I only saw 2 stores in town. I don't know, Emma said. Zeke is working on the farm all the time. I try to keep myself busy by quilting and baking, but I'd like to find something more productive to do. Me too, Cherish added. Suddenly, Annie sat up straight. I've got a great idea. Cherish frowned. What? Why don't we start a market stall together? All of us. Emma, you could sell your quilts. I could sell my gingerbread houses. And Cherish, you could sell vegetables. I've been telling Malachi for years to start selling the vegetables. He just hands them out to members of the community when he could be making real money from them. Cherish wasn't happy to hear that. Malachi had said he had been selling the vegetables. He never said anything about giving them away for free. I think that's a great idea, Emma exclaimed. Me too. When Simon and I move here, I would love to be a part of it, Favor said. Everyone looked at Cherish. She was the only one who hadn't commented. Cherish, what do you think? Annie asked. Cherish snapped out of her thoughts and looked at Annie. Sounds good to me. It's settled then. I shall find out all the information and organize everything. Annie sipped on her tea. Emma smiled. How exciting. You know, we will probably have children at the same time, too, Annie said. The 4 of us. We are all newly married, and we're all about the same age. Oh, I want to move here so badly. Favor put her head in her hands. I don't want my children growing up around Simon's mother. My life will be perfect if we move here. She can't be that bad, Annie giggled. Don't get me started, Favor said. Is she the obstacle back home? Emma asked. Favor nodded. It's a nightmare. Simon's parents want to do everything with us. They baby him like he's a child. This is the first time we've been alone since we married. It's true, Cherish said. Annie shook her head. Oh my, that sounds exhausting. It is, but I'm nearly certain I've convinced Simon to move. If I tell him about the market stall and that it could be an instant source of income for us, I'm sure it'd help persuade him. First, I'll have to think of something I can sell. Oh, I'm so excited for our stall. It's going to be the most successful stall in town. I'm sure of it. Annie clapped her hands excitedly. It'll also be the only stall. Everyone laughed. Cherish smiled to herself as she watched Annie speaking enthusiastically. She understood why Malachi had always been such good friends with her. Her positivity was contagious. Perhaps she knew something about Malachi's family. How long are you staying for, Favor? Emma asked. We leave early tomorrow morning. I wish we could stay longer. Cherish tried not to tear up as she looked at Favor. Oh, I hope we're neighbors soon. Emma took another bite out of a cupcake. Me too, Favor said politely. Cherish picked up her napkin and wiped her mouth. I should tend to the vegetable patch more, but Malachi enjoys taking care of it himself.
I feel like that about the alpacas, Emma said. Cherish frowned.
Alpacas?
Yes, we're going to have alpacas.
Oh, didn't I mention we have started an alpaca farm?
Cherish giggled.
No, I've never been to an alpaca farm before. Are they a lot of work?
They are, but we don't have many alpacas right now. Zeke can care for them himself most days, Emma said.
That's so strange. What are they like? Favor asked.
They're so cute, with those long necks and that soft, fluffy fur, replied Emma. She smiled and then laughed. They're a lot of work, but it's not like they're goats or cows. Cherish was lost.
What do you mean?
They're so sweet and docile, Emma said. They don't moo or go baa.
I don't think that's why people keep cows and goats, Favor said.
Emma laughed. No, I'm just saying. They're more like dogs or cats. We do many different things to take care of them.
Like what?
Annie asked, confused. Well, we have to make sure they have plenty of food and water. We have to clean their pens and bedding and trim their hooves.
And how do you make money from them? Cherish asked.
We're going to sell baby alpaca wool to people in the city. We'll also be able to sell the wool to people who knit sweaters and scarves. And then we'll sell the fleeces from each alpaca. Zeke's uncle owns a large alpaca farm back home, and this is how they run their farm. But of course, theirs is a lot larger than ours. They have children's tours and birthday parties there. It's sweet. Oh, and then I'll also make alpaca wool blankets, shawls, and socks. And maybe I can sell them at the market stall, too.
That sounds delightful. I'd love a pair of alpaca wool socks for the wintertime.
Annie mixed sugar in her tea with a spoon. Emma looked at each of them. I will make some for all of you. Cherish and Favor stayed talking to their guests until the men came back to the house. Zeke said it was time, so Annie and Gus went, too. Cherish didn't get to ask Annie anything about Malachi's family. After dinner, Cherish and Favor stood in the kitchen washing and drying the dishes, while Malachi and Simon sat in the living room, talking. The house felt full, a feeling Cherish had missed.
This is what it would be like every day if you and Simon end up moving here.
Cherish passed a plate to Favor. Favor took the plate and started drying it.
I know. We will always be here, like Ada and Samuel are always over at the orchard with Wilma. And, of course, you and Malachi will be welcome at our house whenever you please. It's like everything we imagined when we were little is coming true.
I know, Favor said.
Are you really enjoying it here? You seem distracted. Not your usual bubbly self.
Cherish took a deep breath as she thought about the many things going through her mind. She wanted to tell Favor about Dagmar's letters. She also wanted to tell her how she felt about Malachi not being open with her. But Favor was excited to be on holiday, away from Simon's parents, and she didn't want to burden her with her issues.
I am, but I think it will be better when there are more people living here. There's not much to do. But I know I'm still adjusting to it being so quiet and not being busy like I was back home. I knew something was bothering you. Try to relax and not worry so much. You've worked your whole life at the orchard. Now it's your time to relax and start a family. I know. I'm just not used to it yet. I still intend to work hard. I don't want to leave everything to Malachi. It took me some time to adjust as well.
Cherish shook her head and handed Favor another plate.
It's not just that, to be honest. There's something else on my mind. What is it?
Cherish took a deep breath.
I found a notebook of Aunt Dagmar's.
And?
She wrote about a baby that was put up for adoption. It seemed as though Christina asked her if she knew the whereabouts of her baby. Aunt Dagmar wrote that she felt bad and hoped God would forgive her. I don't think she ever told Christina she knew where the baby was.
Favor covered her mouth in shock.
It must be our sister-in-law, Christina. She had a baby and gave it up. I know. I thought it must be our Christina. Did she mention where the baby was?
Cherish shook her head.
Unfortunately not. It's been playing on my mind. I can't stop thinking about it.
Well, perhaps you could try to find out more.
I will try, but I'm unsure where to start.
Why don't you try asking around?
Not directly, but fishing for information, if you will.
I know you're good at keeping secrets, after all. None of us knew about Malachi for years.
Cherish nodded. I'll see what I can find out.
You should, for Christina's sake. She obviously wants to know if her child is okay. I wonder why Dagmar never told her anything.
I'm not sure. It seems out of character, but it also seems like she regretted the decision.
If she regretted it, she would have told her before she passed.
Cherish shrugged. She died suddenly, don't forget. There was no time for her to tell anyone anything. I will try to get to the bottom of it. I'd like to make sure the child is okay, too.
What if she gave the child up to an Englisher? Favor gasped.
I'd like to find out. Until then, don't say a word to anyone.
So, Aunt Dagmar arranged the adoption?
I don't know. I haven't been able to figure out any of it. Don't even say a word to Mom. I don't think she knows about it, or she would have said something to Christina.
Then how did Aunt Dagmar get involved? Favor asked.
I don't know, but we can't ask anyone.
Where do we go from here if we can't ask anyone?
Cherish bit her lip. I'm not sure, but I'll figure it out.
Chapter 26. Cherish and Malachi woke extra early to see Simon and Favor before they left. As the four of them stood on the front porch, the sun was only just peeping over the horizon. Cherish tried to hold back tears as she hugged her sister tightly.
I'll pray you'll be able to live here close by, Cherish whispered. I hope to see you again soon.
Don't worry, Favor whispered back as she released Cherish from the hug. We'll be back before you know it.
I packed you a basket of food. It's in the back of your buggy. There's chicken and sandwiches, cake, and bottles of water.
Oh, thank you. I should have thought about that.
Cherish smiled. Now you don't need to.
Simon shook Malachi's hand. We'll let you know our decision. Thank you for having us and for telling us about the land. You're welcome any time, Malachi said. Favor and Simon walked away and got into their waiting horse and buggy. Cherish wiped a tear from her cheek as the buggy disappeared into the distance. Malachi put his arm around her and hugged her tight. Simon and Favor had been driving for a few hours. Favor had drifted off to sleep, and when she woke up, her stomach was rumbling.
Where are we?
She asked, rubbing her eyes. About halfway. How are you feeling?
I could almost fall asleep again.
Favor stretched her arms upward.
But I'm feeling better, too.
You must have needed the rest.
Favor nodded and yawned. I do like my sleep.
Simon laughed. You're incredible. It amazes me how you can fall asleep anywhere.
Favor shrugged.
What else is there to do when you're bored? She tilted her head to the side to stretch her neck. Are you hungry? Simon nodded. I could eat.
I knew you'd say that. You never reject food.
Favor reached over the back of the seat and grabbed 2 sandwiches from the basket. She opened one of the sandwiches at the corner.
Nice. Cherish made ham and cheese sandwiches for us.
Favor passed one sandwich over and then grabbed 2 water bottles before she turned around to face the front.
Should we pull over and eat on the side of the road? Favor asked.
Simon saw a beautiful park through the window with public rest facilities. I've got a better idea. He turned the buggy into the parking lot and got out. Favor looked out the window and saw the 2 tables that were under cover. She pulled on her coat and then put the sandwiches back before she grabbed the basket and jumped out of the buggy. A few seconds later, she saw a sprawling green area with enormous trees. Simon took the basket from her.
Are you cold?
Yes, but I need to be out of the buggy for a while.
They walked to the tables, and Favor pulled food out of the basket.
Would you look at all this food? Oh, there's soup in here in a thermos. There's chicken and cake.
Favor sighed.
Now I'll miss her even more. She didn't have to do this.
Simon chuckled.
You'll miss Cherish because she sent food with us?
Yes.
Favor unpacked the crumbed chicken and buttered rolls. Then she poured hot soup from a thermos into 2 cups.
This will warm us.
She held her soup cup with both hands so the heat would move through her hands to the rest of her body. They ate silently for a while, even though it wasn't exactly silent.
Do you hear that?
Favor asked.
Yes, I think it's coming from over there.
Simon pointed towards a thick, gnarled tree that covered part of the horizon.
We'll have to have a look before we leave.
Okay. You're going first, just in case it's something dangerous.
Simon grinned.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
After they had eaten as much as they could, they packed everything back into the basket. Together they walked toward the sound. When they got to the other side of the large tree, they saw a ravine with a waterfall on the other side. Favor covered her mouth.
It's beautiful.
It sure is. I never even knew that this was here.
I wonder how deep that water is.
Very deep, I'd say.
Do you want to swim in it? Simon asked, grabbing her arm. Favor laughed.
No, it's way too cold, and it looks far too dangerous.
Simon put his arm around her and kissed her cheek.
I'm happy we stopped here.
Isn't this nice? She said. We're creating memories, just the 2 of us.
Simon smiled.
I will admit, it's been nice spending time alone with you. I feel closer to you already.
Me too.
Favor rested her head on Simon's shoulder.
This is how it could be all the time.
They stood there for a few moments, taking in the beauty surrounding them.
You know, Zeke and Emma have started an alpaca farm. Isn't that different?
Simon chuckled.
Zeke mentioned the alpaca farm, but I didn't see any alpacas on their land when we looked at our potential land with the bishop.
They must have been there somewhere. It was so lovely spending time with everyone.
Favor smiled.
I'll miss them all. I made some new friends.
Well, Ma and Pa are my friends.
Favor sat there a while, not knowing how to comment on that. Eventually, she said,
It was good to get away for a few days. Cherish, Annie, and Emma are starting their own market stall.
Oh? Selling what?
Well, Cherish is going to sell vegetables, Annie wants to sell her gingerbread houses, and Emma will sell alpaca things and quilts and stuff.
Simon rubbed his chin.
That's great for them.
And you know, when we move there, I will be able to join the stall. I haven't thought of what I could sell yet, but I'll think of something. Then we would have an income as soon as we move there.
Simon stared at the waterfall as he thought. Favor asked,
So what did you think of the property?
It's a good deal, Simon nodded. Very good.
It's the perfect opportunity.
Favor looked up at Simon. She had to convince him to tell his parents they were moving. He often said things to her and went back on them when his parents were around. This time, he had to be so thrilled about the land that he'd tell his parents they were moving, and nothing that they could say or do would stop them. Chapter 27.
I'd never move away if it wasn't for you. I'd stay living with my folks forever.
Yeah, but now you have me.
Favor rolled her eyes.
We need to move, Simon.
Simon sighed.
I agree. But remember, Ma and Pa had plans to build us that house. It's very generous of them. They were excited about it. They'll be so disappointed. But I hear what you're saying.
Favor tried not to get annoyed. His parents were only excited because they could control their son and do everything with him, keeping him under their wing for the foreseeable future. That's not the life Favor wanted, and she'd already made that clear to all of them.
It's still too close, Simon. I'm always telling you this. I'll speak with him about it, but it makes me nervous.
Favor turned and placed her arms around him.
I know it must be hard for you, but think of how happy we will be living on our own, close to Cherish and Malachi. I know you got along with Malachi and Zeke. You have no friends at home. There's no one our age there.
Simon glanced at Favor.
I want you to be happy, but I hate that it will mean hurting my parents. They've got to let go. How they are is not normal. Well, it's normal for my folks and me. You only think it's normal because that's all you know, Simon.
He took in a deep breath before he spoke.
Maybe you could try a bit harder to get along with them. I'm not the problem, Simon.
Favor stepped back from him.
No one could put up with your parents. It's not just me. That's why Cherish wanted nothing to do with you all those years ago.
Favor covered her mouth as she finished her sentence. She shouldn't have said that. That was mean. But she was furious that Simon thought she was the problem. Simon raised his eyebrows, a confused look on his face.
Well, okay then. I wish you'd stop mentioning that. It was so long ago. I married you and not Cherish. I never felt much for Cherish. I'm sorry. I won't repeat it. I'm just trying to make you see that your mother is unbearable to be around. I've tried to be her friend, but she keeps being difficult. If you look at how close we've become over the past few days together, you will see that I'm right. We will remember this beautiful experience of being here together. We wouldn't be doing this if Harriet and Melvin were here.
Simon had to agree with her.
I guess that's true. They do like to get to where they're going without stopping. I know. They'd want us to eat in the buggy to save time, or drag us out to do something we didn't want to do. They had the opportunity to bond with each other and create a family on their own, but they won't let us do the same thing. Marriage is about 2 people, not 4.
Simon let out a loud sigh.
I'm sorry you're so upset.
He glanced up at the sun.
We should make a move. You're right. Marriage is about 2 people. No, 3.
3? Favor asked.
2 people and God.
Favor relaxed.
That's right. Us and God, not us and your parents. I hear you.
Favor lifted her eyebrows as Simon held her hand. She would stay here for as long as she could if it were up to her, but it was clear that Simon was anxious to return home, and she knew he was missing his parents. They stood for a moment, staring at the water pounding into the stream below.
We should go. I don't like to travel in the dark, Simon said.
They turned around and walked back. On the way, he grabbed hold of the picnic basket. Halfway back to the horse and buggy, Favor asked,
So what are you going to say to your parents?
He inhaled deeply.
I'm going to tell them about the land and how happy you were to be close to your sister. They know the importance of family staying close. You know they're going to try and guilt us into staying. I know, Simon nodded. They'll probably say or do what they can to keep us there. And you're going to be strong, aren't you?
Simon was quiet. She stopped walking.
I've made up my mind. I'm moving, and you can come with me or stay with your parents. With or without you, I'm leaving. I'll live with Cherish.
Simon looked at Favor.
Don't say that. I've decided it, Simon. I've given you long enough to figure it out. I've stayed there for what feels like years, even though I hated it. And I did it for you. Now it's your turn to move away with me. your turn to do something for me. Okay, Favor. As I said, I will speak with them. We'll sort something out. All I've ever wanted was for you to be happy.
Do you mean it?
I do. Don't even say you're leaving me. It's hurtful. I don't want our relationship to be like that.
She saw how upset he was, and she felt terrible.
Well, don't make me say it, she snapped back. I'm sorry. I've just got so many emotions right now.
They had just reached the buggy, and he put the basket in the back.
Emotions? I heard women get emotional when they're pregnant. Do you think...
Favor thought for a while. If she were pregnant, Simon would do anything for her, including finally cutting those ties that bound him to his parents.
I'm not sure. It could be possible, I suppose. We'll have to wait and see. I should know in a few more weeks.
He grinned widely.
I'll take care of everything, Favor. You'll be happy. I give you my word.
Warmth rose in her chest.
You really mean it?
Of course.
They leaned in to kiss, right there on the side of the road. The kiss was so intense that it made Favor forget about everything. She was swept away in a torrent of emotions. She didn't know what to do, so she just let herself go with it. If Simon meant what he said, things were finally going right for her after a long time of misery caused by her in-laws. Favor couldn't remember the last time she felt so loved, and she didn't want this moment at the roadside to end. This was real love. It made you forget everything and everyone else. Chapter 28. Back at the couple's farm, Melvin and Harriet sat at the table sharing a sandwich.
I don't like it, Melvin. Favor is trying to take Simon from us.
She's succeeded. He never would have gone anywhere without us in the past. We always do things together. Always.
Melvin bit into his cheese and lettuce sandwich. Harriet was in no mood to eat.
Why is Favor like this? She wants him all to herself. We're willing to share him with her. Why can't she do the same for us?
Melvin finished his mouthful.
I guess it's the way she was raised.
That's no excuse.
Harriet shook her head. Melvin continued.
Her mother might have raised all her children that way. I heard Favor's father died when she was young, and she's been without a father for a while before Wilma married Levi.
What are you saying? Harriet asked.
Maybe she can't share Simon with us. She's never learned how to be considerate because her life was interrupted. What are we going to do, Harriet?
I don't know. I guess we have to do something, though. I'm worried that she'll get all of Simon's time. And then what will we have?
We should have been more careful. She was happy to have us around to start with.
We have to think of something, Melvin. What if they come back and say they want to move?
Simon is more sensible than that.
Melvin took another bite of his sandwich. All Harriet could do was look at her food. She had no appetite whatsoever. She probably wouldn't eat until Simon came home.
I hope you're right. Maybe we should start building their house, and then they won't be able to leave.
Melvin stroked his beard.
The last thing I want is a half-built house that no one cares about. We need a strong commitment from them before we begin to work on it.
Harriet put her head in her hands.
I think Favor has won. She's taken our only son from us.
Melvin sighed.
Perhaps we have to let him go. It's his decision, not ours.
Harriet stared at her husband before saying,
I don't know what to say to you.
He put his hand on Harriet's shoulder.
I don't want to lose Simon, But we will have to if it's God's will. I'm not giving up on him yet, though."
"But what can we do?" she asked. "We can't force him to be with us."
"We'll have to wait and see what happens."
Harriet huffed. "I've been thinking."
"Before you tell me what's going on in your mind, I think we must try something different. What we've been doing isn't working. We have to let Simon come to his own conclusion."
Harriet shook her head. "I don't know if that's wise. If we let him decide, then he might go with her."
"We have to let him decide."
"No, we can't do that. We have to keep him here. She's cast some sort of spell over him. I know it. We will tell Favor that she should go back to her family, back to Wilma. She's been causing nothing but trouble since she got here. She still can't milk a cow properly."
He stared at her. "We can't do that. And please don't talk about spells again. I won't allow it."
"You won't allow it?"
Harriet asked, a note of defiance in her voice. Melvin stared at her like he didn't know his wife anymore. That made Harriet burst into tears. Melvin moved closer and held his wife in his arms.
"As much as I don't like it, we must let him decide."
Harriet rubbed her eyes on her husband's shoulder.
"He doesn't know what's good for him. He just keeps trying to please her. I tell you, there's no pleasing that woman."
Shh. Melvin continued to cradle his wife in his arms. Chapter 29. It was dark when Simon and Favor returned to the Copples' farm. The stop at the park had set them back a few hours. They pulled into the driveway to see Harriet's silhouette on the front porch, holding a lantern. Simon parked the buggy and secured it to a tree before getting out and walking around to open Favor's door. Before he could open it, Harriet ran toward him with a lantern rocking to and fro in her outstretched hand.
"Oh, Simon! What took you so long? Is everything okay? We were worried sick."
Harriet set the lantern on the ground so she could wrap her arms around Simon. Simon chuckled.
"You shouldn't worry so much, Ma. You know I'm a safe driver."
Favor rolled her eyes when she saw Harriet staring adoringly into Simon's face.
"I arrived safely, too,"
Favor pointed out, as she reached down and picked up the lantern.
"Oh, hello, Favor. I'll have Melvin tend to the horse. I saved a nice hot meal for you. Come along."
"Thanks, Ma. We're starving," Simon said.
Favor had no choice but to follow them to the house, grumbling under her breath the whole way.
"We missed you,"
Harriet told him once again.
"We stopped off for lunch. Sorry, Ma. I didn't realize it would put us back so much."
Harriet looked at Favor when they got to the porch.
"Stopping was your idea, wasn't it, Favor?"
Favor stood there for a moment, shocked and unable to say anything.
"No, it was mine. I'll get our bags."
Simon went back to the buggy, leaving Favor with Harriet.
"Are you glad to be back?"
Harriet took the lantern from Favor. Favor chose her words carefully.
"I'll miss my sister."
Simon grabbed the bags out of the buggy and walked towards the house. Harriet insisted he put the bags inside the door, and when Simon looked up, he was shocked to see a huge sign that read, "Welcome home." Favor looked up and saw it too. It was ridiculous. Then they looked over and saw Melvin placing a tray of hot chocolate on the coffee table. Beside it was a cake.
"The cake is for after our meal, but you can warm yourselves with the hot chocolate while I put the finishing touches on the meal."
Melvin greeted them with a smile and a nod before he went out to unhitch the buggy and tend to the horse.
"You didn't have to do this, Ma."
Simon sat down and passed one of the mugs to Favor, who sat beside him.
I'm just showing you how pleased we are to have you home. You relax, and I'll call you when the meal is ready.
Favor didn't like being back there. She wanted to go to bed, but she didn't want to give Harriet another reason to complain about her. She needed to be as lovely as possible to Simon's parents, because they'd soon be distraught when they learned that she and Simon were moving away. Over the meal, Harriet was full of questions.
Tell us all about it, Simon. How was the trip?
Harriet held out a plate of chili-flavored chicken wings to Simon, his favorite food.
It was good.
Simon took some chicken wings off the plate.
And,
Melvin asked,
what did you decide?
Harriet sat on the edge of her chair.
About what?
Simon asked. Favor couldn't believe her ears. I think they're talking about why we went there, to look at the land. The land was great, and we want to move there. Favor could feel the tension rising in the room.
Let's talk about this tomorrow. I can see you're both tired, Melvin said.
Favor looked down at her food. She'd lost her appetite. Melvin thought that if he delayed Simon saying he wanted to move away, he might never say it. He could be right. Then Favor would be stuck there forever. The rest of the night's conversation centered around their boring sheep farm and the minor and annoying things that had happened while Simon was gone. All the chatter was sending Favor into a stupor. At the end of the meal, Favor stood up.
I'm exhausted from the trip. I'll get some much-needed rest and let you three catch up. I'm sorry to leave all the dishes with you, Harriet, but I'll do all the dishes for every meal for the next 3 days to make up for it.
It's quite all right, Favor. I'm used to doing all the work around here by myself.
Favor recognized her mother-in-law's words as another jab at her. She quickly walked out of the room before anything else was said. It frustrated Favor to see Simon shift back to being nervous again and not wanting to say anything to upset his mother. Favor opened the door to her room and fell face first onto the bed. When she opened her eyes next, it was morning, and she was covered with a warm quilt. She reached over for Simon, but he was gone. She looked for her morning coffee, but it wasn't there. No sounds were coming from the kitchen. She sat up and stretched her arms up. Then she got up and pulled on her robe as she walked over to look out the window. Harriet had stepped out of the barn and then busied herself with chores on the other side of the house. Simon and his father were working in the fields. Favor frowned and turned away from the window. Simon hadn't bothered to bring her coffee that morning. She quickly changed, took a deep breath, and walked out of the room. In the kitchen was a plate full of toast and 2 poached eggs. She poked at one of the eggs with her fingertip. It was stone cold. Eggs weren't the kind of food that could be reheated either. She threw the meal into the scraps bin and then put the dish in the sink. Today, Favor would need to convince Simon to let his parents know what they intended to do. The bishop was only holding the land for a few more days. He would need to tell his parents the plan as soon as possible if they were to secure the land. When Favor walked outside, Harriet called her over, but Favor didn't even look at her. She pretended not to hear and kept walking toward Simon. Simon looked up and saw her walking toward him. "Morning," he said cheerily. But Favor wasn't in a cheerful mood.
No coffee this morning?
You were exhausted last night, so I didn't want to wake you.
We need to call a family meeting tonight.
Simon sighed. I know.
Are you prepared for what's to come?
Favor asked. What do you mean?
Well, you know it's not going to go down well when they find out we're leaving.
Simon gulped. I know. The main thing I'm concerned about is that they will have no one to help on the farm.
Surely they can hire someone, Simon. The farm is a business, and businesses hire people.
Simon thought for a moment.
I guess you're right.
Or they can get someone in the community to help them out. They will manage. They can't rely on us. We won't be here."
Okay. We will speak with them tonight.
Favor was pleased with her efforts. She turned around and walked back toward Harriet. She felt a little guilty for being hard on Simon, but they would never leave the Copples' farm if she weren't.
"Favor, did you eat breakfast yet?" Harriet called out. "I did. Thanks for saving me some." "It's not a worry. Will you tell me more about your visit with your sister? We didn't hear much last night."
Favor leaned on the fence behind Harriet, who was now pinning out the washing.
"It was great. It was lovely to spend time with Cherish and Malachi. I met a new couple there as well. They'd bought some of this land, too." "A nice and relaxing visit, was it?" Harriet asked, avoiding any talk of them wanting to move away. "I guess so, but I still helped Cherish with the animals and all her chores. It wasn't a complete vacation." "That's nice. Melvin and I are exhausted from doing everything ourselves these past few days."
Favor took a deep breath and rolled her eyes behind Harriet's back. The guilt trips might work on Simon, but they wouldn't work on her.
"Simon wants to call a family meeting tonight."
Harriet stood up, and her mouth fell open. Chapter 30. Harriet narrowed her eyes at Favor.
"We spoke last night. He didn't mention anything about a family meeting tonight." "Well, we'd like to call one tonight, before dinner." "I see. It's you who wants the meeting."
Harriet turned back around to finish pinning the washing.
"We'll talk then."
That's how things were done at the Copples. Everything important was discussed at family meetings, even though there were only 4 of them. The rest of the day passed quickly. Favor spent her time ensuring that she helped Harriet catch up on things she had fallen behind on. Favor made a mental note of things Harriet struggled with to offer suggestions for how they might be done without her. Simon and Favor sat in the living room when dinner time came, waiting patiently for Harriet and Melvin to enter the room. Favor took Simon's hand in hers.
"Are you okay?" she whispered.
Simon nodded, but Favor could tell he was nervous.
"Think about how happy we'll be once we live on our own, in our own little house. We'll finally start a family."
Simon smiled and nodded.
Okay.
Just then, Harriet and Melvin walked into the room and sat down. Melvin looked around at everyone.
"Let's get this meeting started."
"Ah, well, here we are. What do you want to talk to us about, Favor?" Harriet asked. "It's not just me. Simon has something to say, too."
Simon cleared his throat.
"As you know, we spent a few days with Cherish and Malachi."
"Yes?"
Harriet frowned, showing her annoyance.
"While we were there, the bishop showed us the farmland for sale. It's a great deal. We both have our hearts set on the one with the hill. It's not a big hill, it's a rise, and it's a perfect place for a house, and we can sit on the porch and look at our whole property. The bishop is holding it for us for a few more days. He won't allow anyone else to buy it until he hears from us."
"Why would you have him do that?" Harriet asked. "We decided we will buy the land and move there," Favor blurted out.
"What?" Harriet shrieked. "We're moving away."
Simon hung his head.
"You can't move away," Melvin said.
Favor didn't want Simon to lose his momentum.
"There are only a few blocks of land left, and this could set us up for life."
"You have the farm here. You're already set up for life."
Melvin's voice rose.
"One day you'll both own all that we have. You'll own this farm."
"Our mind is made up. We're sorry," Favor said. "Who is going to help us on the farm, Simon? And how will you two make a living there?" Harriet asked.
"Good thinking, Harriet. How big are these blocks, Simon?" Simon looked at his father. Only 10 acres, but Favor and I are convinced we'll find something to—
Other families hire people to help or ask community members for assistance, Favor said. You don't need Simon here. We don't want to ask anyone in town, Harriet said.
There was an awkward silence in the room as they avoided each other's eyes.
I'm going to sew things and sell them at Cherish's market stall until our farm is running,
Favor said with great confidence. She knew Cherish and Annie were still only in the planning stages of starting a market stall, but Harriet and Melvin didn't know that.
How many of these 10-acre lots are left, if I may? Melvin asked.
I believe there are a couple of blocks left, Simon said.
I see.
Melvin nodded.
And what is the main reason you two want to leave here so badly?
Simon looked at Favor and sighed before speaking.
Favor wants to be close to her sister. So, your mind is made up then?
Harriet arched an eyebrow. Simon nodded.
I think it's for the best. And when do you plan on leaving? Melvin asked.
Suddenly, Harriet stood up and started pacing back and forth.
We won't know what to do if you leave soon. When you were away, we struggled a lot, didn't we, Melvin?
Melvin stroked his beard.
We did. We'd be lost if you left now. You've only just gotten back. When are you planning on leaving?
I'm not sure, Simon said.
As soon as possible.
Favor couldn't keep the smile from her face. She was finally getting away from her in-laws.
Calm down, Harriet. Sit back down.
Melvin reached his hand out to Harriet. She took Melvin's hand as she sat back down beside him. Favor watched as Harriet gave Melvin an approving nod before he spoke again.
Harriet and I suspected you might return with news like this. We've discussed it, and we'd be happy to move up there with you if that's what you want. You said there's land for sale, right?
Favor's jaw dropped open. She couldn't believe they'd be willing to give up everything to stay close to them. She looked at Simon and didn't know what to say.
That's right,
Simon answered without looking at her. Favor had to set them straight. It wouldn't be suitable for them to move.
The blocks of land are only 10 acres each. They won't be large enough for a sheep farm. We'll follow you there and speak with the bishop, Melvin said. I'm sure he will be willing to sell us more than one block of land. It still won't be enough for our sheep, but we once changed from cattle to sheep, so we can change again if necessary.
No, Favor countered. The man who owned the land was clear that the parcel of land would be divided into individual plots to encourage more families to move to the community. I'm confident they won't sell more than 10 acres to one family. I'm also sure the bishop wants young couples. You two aren't planning on having any more children, are you? The room went quiet, and Harriet's face screwed up.
We would if we could.
Favor felt terrible, and her heart softened when she recalled a past conversation with Harriet. She'd been upset with having only one child. Favor didn't know the whole story, but she guessed Harriet had some miscarriages.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I know you didn't know it would hurt me so much, or you wouldn't have said it. We've had our differences, but I know you're not a nasty girl. I'm not. I am sorry. I didn't mean it. Well, we'll speak with the bishop ourselves and see what he's got to say about the land.
Harriet stood up.
Is that all?
Simon looked at Favor and nodded. Melvin stood up and walked out of the room with Harriet, leaving Simon and Favor alone. Favor sat there, dumbfounded. She shook her head at Simon.
No, Simon, this is not what I want. If we move there, we still won't be alone.
Let's think about this for a moment. This way, we're close to Cherish, Malachi, and my parents. It's very touching that they are willing to sell everything and move for us, don't you think?
move for you, not us. Favor stood up. No, you need to fix it, Simon. Favor felt she couldn't breathe. Why couldn't they leave them alone? All her excitement had drained from her body. She couldn't do it anymore. Simon sat there looking up at her with his big puppy dog eyes, and her heart sank. I didn't have anything to do with this, he told her. I know, but what will you do about it? Look at the bright side. If they think they're coming, things will be easier for us with the moving process. I got the impression from Bishop Zachariah that it was for young families, just as you said. Me too. So you think they might not be able to buy land? Favor asked. Exactly. Sad for me, but I know you'll be happy about it. I don't want to be happy about them being upset. Simon put her arm around her. Things are moving in the direction we want. Just be happy. Be happy, and then I'll be happy. Favor smiled up at him. Okay. She was glad he said that things were moving in the direction we want. Finally, he was starting to understand that they should be a couple. Chapter 31. Wilma had been sitting in the living room, and she wondered why Matthew and Ada were taking so long making her a cup of coffee in the kitchen. She got up to see, and then she stopped before she walked into the room. Their voices were soft, but she could still hear what was being said. Matthew, you've got to tell Crystal that Fenella meant nothing to you. Then tell her that she's always been the one you wanted to date, Ada said. Then Wilma heard Matthew respond. Yeah, but she's pretty stubborn. I've said that to her before, but she doesn't listen. Wilma couldn't believe it. Ada had given her word that she wouldn't try to matchmake Crystal or Debbie. Annoyed, Wilma walked into the kitchen. Ada stood there with a cup of coffee in her hands, and Matthew sat at the table. Ada, you told me that you wouldn't interfere between Matthew and Crystal. I'm not interfering. I'm helping, Ada said. Here's your coffee. Wilma took the coffee from her and sat down next to Matthew. You were supposed to stay out of their relationship. Let them decide what they want to do. This is their lives. I'm just helping them get on the right track. What do you mean, get on the right track? Wilma asked, warming her hands around the coffee mug. I mean getting back together, Ada said. They never were together. Wilma turned to Matthew. You and Crystal were never boyfriend and girlfriend, were you? Matthew shook his head. Ada continued. I believe that the two of them belong together. Why else would God have sent Crystal here? And why would Matthew have come here and stayed on? You can't be serious, Wilma said. It's their life, and they have to decide what they want to do. I'll talk with Crystal, Ada said. I'll see if I can help her get her head straight about Matthew. Matthew just sat there silently, looking at each woman as they spoke. You just told me you wouldn't interfere between them, Wilma said, and now you're going to talk to Crystal about Matthew. Ada didn't respond. Ada, you're supposed to stay out of their lives. I won't interfere in their relationship, Ada said. I'll just talk to her about Matthew. Thanks, Aunt Ada. Ada could see that her nephew and Crystal would make a great pair. They just needed the faith to jump in. Crystal keeps going on about not being accepted by Amish men. I know it would mean a lot to show her that you don't mind she wasn't born into the community. She needs to know that you're not worried about her being born an outsider. Wilma saw how hopeless Matthew was and got drawn into the matchmaking. You can't be so blind to Crystal's feelings, Matthew. I'm not. I don't know what to say that I haven't already said.
What do you think I should say to her?
I don't know.
Wilma took a sip of coffee.
Ada added, I think a lot of the time women want to be told what they want to hear.
Matthew wriggled in his chair.
So you think I should tell her something I don't mean? Wouldn't that be lying?
Ada grinned.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm suggesting you should tell her something she wants to hear, but you must make sure it's something you also mean.
I don't know what she wants to hear.
Matthew's shoulders lowered as he looked down.
I think she wants to hear that you value her as a person. Don't tell how she's pretty. She knows she is, Wilma said. But she also wants to feel that you see the value in her as a person on the inside.
Wilma saw Matthew's face turn red.
What's the matter? She asked.
I don't know how to talk to pretty girls like Crystal. Maybe that's always been my problem.
Wilma was annoyed with herself for being drawn into this conversation. It was Ada's fault.
You'll figure it out, Matthew.
Thanks to both of you for trying to help. It means a lot since I don't have my mother here to ask. I'll see if she will talk to me on the porch, privately.
Off you go, Ada said,
nearly lifting him out of his chair. When he left the kitchen, Ada chuckled.
Ah, young love. What worries me is that he might be undecided. He seems keen on Crystal, but what if someone else comes along? Wilma asked. You saw what happened with Fenella.
That's why we must hope that they get married quickly.
Wilma didn't like Ada's suggestion. That didn't seem to be a good solution at all. It was a recipe for disaster. Mercy had married quickly, and now she regretted her youthful actions.
I know you told me to keep out of things, Wilma, but when I see him suffering with a heart full of pain, what is an aunt to do? They'll work things out. They could have done that without your help or mine. I hope so. I'd love the two of them to end up together. They're from two different worlds. How lovely it would be to see God working in their lives. If it's meant to be, it'll be.
Wilma gave a nod. Then her thoughts drifted to her third eldest daughter, Hope. She hadn't heard from her since the last meeting. That was odd.
Remind me to visit Hope.
Why? What's going on with her?
I haven't seen much of her, that's all. I just hope there's no reason for that. Maybe I've done something to offend her. Nonsense! We'll visit her together soon.
Wilma nodded.
Dinka, I hope I'm wrong. I wouldn't worry too much right now, Ada said. It's a worry for another day.
Matthew walked out to the living room and saw that Debbie and Crystal were sewing and having a lively conversation. He stood behind the couch and cleared his throat loudly. They both turned to look at him.
Crystal, could I have a word with you outside?
Crystal knew he was trying to win her heart, but she didn't want to give it to someone who wasn't fully devoted to her. She wanted an Amish man who didn't mind that she was born an Englisher.
Sure.
She placed her sewing down and walked outside with him.
What is it?
Crystal leaned against a porch post. He moved to the porch's railing and looked up at the night sky.
Don't you just love looking up at the stars?
I do, she said.
They're so beautiful.
He turned to her and smiled.
I wish I could have a conversation with one of those stars. Don't you?
Crystal giggled.
I'm sure they're too busy to talk with us.
Oh, I don't know. You seem pretty special to me. I'm sure one of them would talk with you.
He moved closer.
And I want you to know I'm willing to change for you.
What do you mean by change? Crystal asked.
He took her hand in his.
I mean change, as in give up my life of crime and do something respectable.
What?
Crystal pulled her hand away, laughing at him.
You're crazy.
That's what everyone says I am, he said. But I'm not. I'm just a man who's in love with a beautiful woman." He gave a nervous cough when he recalled Wilma told him not to mention Crystal's beauty. "Anyway, this woman is also beautiful on the inside, and she makes me want to be a better person." He held his hand out to her. "I want you to give me a chance." He took a deep breath. "I want you to marry me. I mean, will you marry me?" Crystal was shocked by his sudden proposal, but she also felt something warm in her chest. The warmth was replaced with something much sterner.
"Did you also ask Fenella to marry you?"
She knew she was ruining the moment, but she had to know. He dropped his hand by his side.
"No, I did not. Fenella was—"
"According to you, she was the one. The most wonderful woman in the world, is what you said."
"I made a mistake."
"Then you'll understand that I don't want to make a mistake either. I'm sorry, Matthew, but I can't give you an answer right now. Good night."
"But I'm not going home."
She walked into the house and closed the door, leaving him alone. Looking up at the stars, he wondered why things were so tough for him when his two older brothers had no problem finding wives. He leaned down, grabbed the flashlight he'd left by the door, and walked home through the orchard. Crystal kept what happened on the porch to herself, even though she was met with probing questions for the rest of the evening. Chapter 32. Cherish had a restless night, tossing and turning. She couldn't find a comfortable position. It was so unlike her. Usually, she slept soundly through the night. But tonight, she was out of sorts, as if she was on the verge of something, but couldn't quite catch it. Cherish turned on her side, her eyes still open. She took a moment to let them adjust to the dark, and then she gazed at the small alarm clock on the nightstand. It was 3:30 a.m. She sighed and turned onto her back again, closing her eyes. There was no use lying here. Even if she fell asleep, she'd only wake up again in an hour anyway. She put her hand on the bedside kerosene lamp, but didn't light it. The darkness felt comforting somehow. She stayed where she was and stared at the ceiling for a long time. She wasn't sure how much time had passed when she heard the creak of a floorboard. Her eyes flew open, and she sat up in bed, straining her ears for any sound. There it was again. The floorboard creaked. She lowered herself onto her elbows and listened hard. She could hear footsteps moving around the kitchen, and then they moved closer.
"Malachi?"
She felt next to her, but he wasn't there. Then a dark shadow appeared in the doorway.
"It's only me. Sorry I woke you," Malachi said.
She sat up.
"I can't sleep."
"Me either. I got up to get myself a glass of water. Do you want one?"
"No, thanks."
He slipped under the quilt beside her.
"Anything worrying you?"
"I've got a few things on my mind. What about you? Why can't you sleep?"
He rubbed his neck. He was worried about Cherish feeling differently about him once she met his family. Then there were the other things he'd kept from her.
"The wind is blowing hard. Just hoping there's no damage done to the barn. It didn't do too well with the last storm."
"It'll be fine."
She put her hand on his chest. She felt his heart beating beneath her fingertips.
"Your heart is beating fast."
He placed his hand on hers.
"It's beating like this because of you."
She took a deep breath and kissed him softly on the lips.
"I love you, Cherish," he whispered.
"I love you too."
He pulled the quilt higher over them, and they both drifted back to sleep in each other's arms. Chapter 33. The next day, Favor was still furious about Simon's parents wanting to move close to them. She was so mad, she was beside herself. It was unbelievable that Simon had caved under their pressure yet again. Why couldn't he see his parents were mentally and emotionally suffocating her? She had to be the main priority in Simon's life, or there was no point in being married. Why couldn't Simon be a man and tell his parents no? Was it that hard to say a little word like no? She wondered if she and Simon would ever be free of their problems. If not, they'd never be happy. Would Simon's parents always be around, poking their noses into their business for the rest of their lives? Favor cringed at the thought. That was no way to live. She couldn't do it for much longer. She lay in bed, reaching out to the side where Simon slept. The sheets were cold. Once they lived on their own, she would ensure he slept in with her every morning and made their chores the last priority. Favor stayed in bed even longer than usual in an attempt to make her point. She knew that it annoyed Harriet when she slept in, and she wanted to annoy her mother-in-law. The longer she lay there, the more her head filled with fearful thoughts about her future. If Harriet and Melvin moved to Willersburg with them, there would be no escaping them. They couldn't keep moving around the country, hoping they wouldn't follow. Favor knew she had to take drastic action and do it now. She sprang out of bed. While changing into her clothes, she kept stopping to draw deep breaths, forcing air into her lungs. A couple of times, she felt like she would pass out. Once she got dressed, she sat down on the bed and brushed out her long hair while thinking about what she'd say to Simon. He'd told her last night that his parents probably wouldn't end up moving, but the very fact that they were considering the idea was a worry. Simon should have considered her feelings more. She braided her hair and then placed on her prayer cup. It wasn't a good sign that Simon hadn't come in to wake her with coffee like he usually did. When she moved out of her bedroom, she paused for a moment, listening to Harriet pottering around in the kitchen. She didn't want to see her, so she kept out of sight and slipped out the front door. Favor walked around, searching for her husband while the chilly morning air bit into her cheeks. Finally, she spotted Simon in the distance, and, thankfully, Melvin was nowhere to be seen. She strode towards Simon, trying to calm her racing heart before reaching him. She had to tell him she couldn't be around his parents for another second. If he loved her, he would tell them not to follow them. Simon was bending down, attaching a wire to a fence post. "Did you just wake up?" he asked as he looked over at her. "Maybe." Favor placed one hand on her hip. "That's the longest I've ever known you to sleep in. Is everything okay?" "Not really." Suddenly, a tear fell down her cheek. She squeezed her eyes to try and stop another tear from falling. "What is it?" Simon dropped the tool in his hands, and it fell to the earth. She looked into his eyes. "Simon, I've decided to leave you. I'm moving away, alone." Simon took a step closer. "What do you mean?" Favor shook her head. "I can't do it anymore. I've told you so many times. I was hoping you would listen to me, but you only listened to your parents. I wanted our future to be together, alone, without your parents. Just when I thought we might finally be able to be like an ordinary married couple, they say they're going to sell their farm and move with us. Do you understand how crazy that is?" Simon dropped to his knees and begged at her feet. "Please, Favor, don't do this. I'll do anything." "It's too late, Simon. I've given you so many chances." Simon stood to his feet. "You'd give up on us just like that?" Favor nodded. "It's not just like that. I keep telling you, but you're not listening. I'm doing the only thing I can to stay sane." "And what if my parents stay here and we move alone? Will you stay with me then?" "But they never listen to you or me. It's no use. I don't want more empty promises from you, Simon." Simon held back his tears. "So, what now, then?" Favor sighed. "Let's go inside and tell your parents.
I want to order a car to take me to Cherish's farm as soon as possible." "But what if you're pregnant?" She bit her lip. She shouldn't have led him to believe she could be expecting. "I don't think I am. But you said yourself that you've been feeling different." "Forget what I said. No one in your family means anything they say, so you should be used to that by now." "Used to what exactly?" Favor huffed. "You should be used to someone saying a thing and not meaning it." "So there is no baby?" Favor shook her head. "I never said there was. I just said there might be a chance." Simon couldn't hold in his tears as Favor turned around and walked away. Simon put his head in his hands and stood there, broken-hearted. When Favor entered the house, she heard Harriet and Melvin talking in the kitchen. She breathed deeply, then walked in to see them. "Ah, Favor," Harriet said. "Where have you been?" She placed a bowl of pasta into the center of the table and continued talking. "I had to cook lunch and set the table myself since you didn't come to help like you normally do. Not to mention, I cleaned the dishes from breakfast all by myself this morning. Not all of us are young like Simon and yourself, Favor. I don't ask much, but you could help out occasionally. I'm exhausted with doing everything." Favor didn't say anything. She walked over to Melvin, who was sitting at the table drinking tea, and sat down in her chair. When Harriet had set the table, she frowned at Favor. "What's wrong with you? You haven't said a word, and your face is all red." Just then, Simon walked through the back door and entered the kitchen. Harriet stood up straight right away and ran over to him. "Simon, what's wrong?" she asked. "Why are your eyes red?" Simon walked over to the table and sat down beside Favor. Harriet sat across from them, frowning at them the whole time. The room was silent. Simon and Favor looked at each other, and neither said a word. Then, after a few seconds, Favor spoke up. "We've decided to end our marriage." Harriet let out a gasp. "What do you mean?" Melvin asked. "Why?" Harriet frowned at them both. Favor twiddled her thumbs, uncomfortable with the situation. She knew what she wanted to tell them, but she hadn't thought of how to tell them. She turned to Simon, who looked dreadfully upset. She had never seen him like this. Her heart ached for him. She wished she could take it all back. This wasn't what she wanted at all. She was in love with Simon. "The truth is," Simon said, "we have never felt like a real married couple." He cleared his throat and sat straighter in his chair. "You and Pa have done so much for us, but you've never given us a moment to truly be alone." "So we're to blame?" Harriet leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms in front of her. "Is that what this is about?" "That's nonsense." Melvin rolled his eyes. "You just got back from a few days without us." "Yes, we left, but you wanted to come even then," Favor whined. "You did, Ma." Melvin shook his head. "Be careful what you say to your mother, son. She's upset." Melvin sat there with his arms crossed. "Favor was right," Simon continued. "I'm a grown man and should be providing for my own family, not depending on my parents." Harriet started crying. "I'm so sorry, Simon. It's hard for me to let you go." Melvin squeezed Harriet's hand. "I understand, son. It's easy to see that we may have been wrong in this situation, but it's important to remember that there is always a way to remedy our mistakes." Suddenly, Harriet got up and rushed into her bedroom, sobbing. Melvin excused himself and hurried after her. Simon expected his father to give him a dirty look or scold him for making his mother cry, but he didn't. He just got up and walked away. Favor looked at Simon, who was just staring straight ahead. "I'm so sorry, Simon," Favor said. I can't bear to see you like this. No, you're right. I'm sorry for not seeing it earlier. It could have saved our marriage.
Favor frowned. Her heart was broken into pieces. She didn't know how to fix what she had done. She regretted breaking up with him. Was it too late to save their marriage? Harriet and Melvin now knew exactly how she felt about them. Was there any way to come back from this? Simon's parents would never look at her the same way again. Could she bear to live on the farm any longer now? Favor was lost in her thoughts, panicking and regretting her decision, when Harriet and Melvin came back into the room. They sat back down at the table. Melvin cleared his throat before speaking.
Harriet and I have spoken, and we both agree that you two can move to Cherish's community on your own. Selling the farm isn't really what we wanted either.
We just love you two, and we love having you here. Can't you see that?
Harriet dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief.
We can, but we need our own space, Favor told Harriet.
We've decided you can go, Melvin said. But we don't know what we'll do here. We think that the farm should be left to you, and that you'll take care of things when we're gone. We're old now, Simon. I don't know what will become of everything.
Harriet looked at Favor.
Can we come and visit when you're set up with your new farm? Of course you can.
Favor couldn't believe what was happening.
She had gone from heartache to instant excitement in just a moment.
She looked at Simon, and he smiled back at her. His face, though, was still pale from nearly losing her.
As I said, we won't be able to do much here when we retire. Perhaps we will think about moving closer to you two in the future. Would that be okay? Harriet asked, looking at Favor.
At that moment, Favor's heart softened toward Harriet. She saw a new side of the older woman, who was just trying to stay close to her son. Maybe she was afraid of being alone after growing old.
Of course, Favor said. But I ask you to give us space. Give us the space and freedom to move around in our own ways and live our own lives.
This comment seemed to amuse Melvin, who gave a chuckle.
Okay, we will try. So, we plan to call a family meeting later tonight. We decided not to sell the farm, so you and Favor can move to your new place without us, Melvin told them.
Favor looked at Simon and felt awful. If only there had been some way to keep all of them happy and to have what they wanted. It was horrid that her happiness meant Simon's parents would be so sad. Harriet stood up.
I'm sorry it's been so hard to be around us, Favor. I do admit I can be overbearing at times. I'm used to doing things my own way. I have to get used to having another woman in the family.
She pulled her apron around her tighter and walked back into the kitchen, with Melvin following closely behind her. Suddenly, Simon grabbed Favor's hand. She turned to face him, and she was immediately drawn to his eyes.
I'm sorry it took me so long to see things clearly, he said.
I understand.
She reached out and touched his cheek.
So, are you happy now? Simon asked.
Are you happy? Favor shot back.
I am if you are.
Then yes, I'm thrilled. When can we leave?
We'll have to speak to the bishop about securing the land and buying a house for it.
I don't care what we live in as long as we're together and alone.
Favor extended her arms outward. Simon wrapped his arms around her, and she buried her head into his chest.
I'm so sorry I hurt you like that, she said. I just didn't know what else to do. I was beyond frustrated.
Let's just move on and forget it ever happened, Simon replied. We'll put our past behind us and start fresh when we get to our new destination.
Okay. Do you think your parents will be okay when we're gone? She whispered.
They'll manage. The farm earns more than enough money to hire a worker.
Thank you, Simon. I love you.
I love you too.
I need to tell Cherish about this.
Favor headed out of the house. Chapter 34. Cherish had a craving for sweets, so after she'd washed the breakfast dishes, she got to work making muffins. Her thoughts drifted to Favor as she mixed flour and eggs in a large bowl. Cherish closed her eyes and said a quick prayer. She prayed that Favor and Simon could secure the land without being held back by Simon's parents. After Cherish finished making the muffin mixture, she placed an even amount of batter in a muffin tray and put it into the oven to bake. Cherish had already washed the dishes from lunch and tidied up the house. She looked around to find something else to do. She sighed loudly, slumped down in a chair, and stared at the blank wall in front of her. Everything had been done. The house was so quiet. She decided to call Favor to find out if they'd spoken to Simon's parents yet. Favor moving there was the only thing Cherish could think of to cure her homesickness. She took off her apron that was covered in flour dust and walked outside toward the barn. Once inside the barn, she walked over to the phone and dialed the couple's number. She knew it by heart. To her surprise, the phone only rang once before Favor answered.
Hello?
Favor sounded like she was puffed from running.
Favor, it's me. How are you? Cherish, I ran to the barn to call you, and you called me first. That's so strange.
Cherish laughed.
It is. How are you?
You won't believe it.
What? Cherish asked. Simon's parents have agreed to let us move. You're joking, aren't you? No. Can you believe it? After I hang up from you, Simon will call the bishop to tell him the good news and arrange to pay the deposit.
Cherish closed her eyes and gave thanks to God.
All our prayers have come true. Yes, I'm still in shock. Me too. How did you manage to make them say yes?
Favor grumbled. It wasn't easy to convince them. They said they would move with us, sell their house here, and buy a house on one of the blocks of land next to ours. Cherish gasped, covering her mouth in shock.
They didn't.
Yes, they did. It wasn't very pleasant. Simon had to tell them that we needed our own space. Harriet cried. You wouldn't have wanted to be a fly on the wall for that conversation. At least it ended up okay-ish somehow. They saw where we were coming from, or at least that's the story I'm going with. I don't think they like us anymore, but could you imagine if they moved next door?
That would have been a nightmare. I'm so happy everything has worked out. When do you plan on coming here?
As soon as possible. Although I won't push Simon. If he wants to stay another few weeks, I won't give him a hard time about it.
I can hardly believe it's true.
I know. It will be like we always talked about when we were younger.
I'm so excited I could scream. Me too.
Cherish laughed. Okay, I've got to call Mom and tell her the good news. Then Simon will call your bishop and tell him we will take the land, and we'll get one of those houses.
Wonderful, Favor. I'm so excited to have you living here. That will make all the difference to Malachi and me.
Me too. We may need to stay with you and Malachi until everything is settled and we can get a house moved onto the land. Is that okay?
Of course. Stay as long as you want.
Great. Thank you, Cherish. I'll be in touch soon to let you know exactly when we'll be there.
Okay. Tell Simon we look forward to your arrival.
Will do. Bye, Cherish.
Bye, Favor.
Cherish was beaming after she hung up the receiver. She ran across the field to where Malachi was still tending to the vegetable patch.
Malachi, you're not going to believe it.
What is it? He turned to face her.
Simon and Favor are moving here. They convinced Harriet and Melvin to let them move.
Malachi's face lit up with happiness.
That's great news. Cherish wrapped her arms around Malachi and held him tight.
I'm so excited.
Malachi laughed. I bet you are. When are they coming?
In a few weeks. They might need to stay with us for a while. I just hope everything works out and the bishop is still holding the land for them.
That's not a problem. And you're sure his parents aren't coming with them? Cherish pulled back from Malachi and laughed.
Favor told me they wanted to buy the block next to theirs and move with them.
You're joking.
That's exactly what I said. No. Eventually, they had to tell them they wanted to move away because of them.
That would have been a tough conversation. Malachi wiped sweat from his forehead with his arm.
Oh, I forgot the muffins in the oven.
Cherish let go of Malachi's hand and ran back into the house through the field. Chapter 35. Hours later, when Simon burst into his house and announced that the bishop was sending him papers to sign for the land, everyone was delighted. Favor sat there watching how genuinely happy Harriet and Melvin were for their son. It had been horrible of her to threaten Simon with divorce, and she felt awful for taking the only thing they lived for away from Harriet and Melvin. They both lived for Simon. Favor had come into their lives, and now everyone was changing for her sake. For the first time, she felt true compassion for her parents-in-law. Favor licked her lips and then said,
You know, it might work out if you both move there too. As long as you don't live in the same house, and as long as you don't live too close.
Everyone stopped talking and looked at her. Harriet gasped and covered her face with her hands.
Do you mean it, Favor?
As long as strict boundaries are set and followed, we won't live in the same house, and we don't have to see each other every single day. I'll set the rules. Melvin nodded as he grinned widely. We can do that. We're willing to do what you want, Favor. We want you to be happy so Simon can be happy. We know how much he loves you. That's all we've ever wanted for Simon.
Yes, we'll give you privacy if that's the only way it can be.
Harriet's voice broke as though she was about to cry, and she leaned over and clasped Melvin's hand. Do you mean it, Favor? Simon asked. She looked at Simon's face and knew all the aggravation would be worth it. Simon was worth it. He'd compromised for her, so she could compromise a little for him. I do. I mean it. He got off his chair, pulled her to her feet, and hugged her. Soon she felt other arms around her. Melvin and Harriet had their arms around both her and Simon. Favor was in the center of a giant family hug. All Favor could do was laugh. At Cherish's farm, Malachi asked Cherish if she was ready to throw Dagmar's boxes away.
She raced to the boxes and retrieved the notebook. I'll just keep this. The rest can go.
Okay, I'll get rid of them.
Just put everything in the fire.
Okay, good idea. I might as well. Cherish moved to the living room, flipping through Dagmar's book.
Malachi, do you know anyone who has lived around here for some time who has adopted children?
He stopped what he was doing and turned to look at her. Do you want to adopt? Childbirth can't be that bad. Women do it all the time. Cherish sat heavily on the couch.
I'm sure it is bad. You're only saying that because you're a man, and you'll never know what women go through. No, I don't want to adopt. But I would if we can't have children. Wouldn't you?
I guess, but we don't have to decide that now, do we? She laughed.
No, I'm just wondering about something, that's all. It's wonderful that people do adopt. And it's also nice that people give their children up so they can have a better life. It must be such a hard thing to do. Heartbreaking, really.
It's a strange thing to start thinking about all of a sudden. Are you thinking about Uncle Zachariah's children? Cherish sat up straight.
No. What do you mean?
All his children are adopted.
Cherish was shocked. She'd never known that. All of them?
Yep.
She recalled that the bishop had said his children ranged in age from 2. She couldn't remember, but some of them were young adults. Could it be possible that Christina's daughter was so close, and had been for years?
Do his children know they're adopted?
The older ones do. I'm not sure about the younger ones.
Cherish looked down at the page she had marked by folding. May God forgive me, Aunt Dagmar had written. By writing that, it was clear that Aunt Dagmar knew where Christina's daughter was. There wasn't too much to go on, but Cherish knew God had caused her to find that book for a reason. Christina had been devastated about giving up her child. God had recently blessed Christina and Mark with twins, but Cherish guessed that the pain of giving up a child was an ache that would never leave a woman. She had to help Christina and her daughter reunite, no matter what it took. She closed Dagmar's book and held it to her heart. Still putting the old papers in the fire, Malachi glanced at her over his shoulder.
What are you thinking about now?
Nothing much.
If Malachi could keep secrets about his family and the farm, then she would keep secrets of her own. Thank you for listening to Love and Cherish. This has been Love and Cherish, the Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 32, written by Samantha Price, narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Copyright 2022 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2022 by Samantha Price.